The Parson's Wedding. Act 1, Scene 1. Enter the captain in collar and wanton.
No more. I'll sooner be reconciled to want or sickness than that rascal. A thing that my charity made sociable. One that when I smile would fawn upon me, and wag his stern like starved dogs. So nasty the company cried foe upon him. He stunk so of poverty, ale, and bawdry. So poor and despicable, when I relieved him, he could not avow his calling for want of a cassock, but stood at corners of streets, and whispered gentlemen in the ear as they passed, and so delivered his wants like a message, which being done, the rogue vanished, and would dive at Westminster like a dapcheck, and rise again at Temple Gate. The ingenuity of the rascal, his wit being snuffed by want, burnt clear then, and furnished him with a bawdy jest or two to take the company. But now the rogue shall find he has lost a patron.
As I live, if I had thought you would have been in such a fury, you should never have known it.
Treacherous rogue! He has always railed against thee to me as a danger his friendship ought to give me warning of, and nightly cried, yet look back and hunt not, with good nature and the beauties of thy youth, that false woman, but hear thy friend that speaks from sad experience.
Did he say this?
Yes, and swears you're as unsatiate as the sea, as covetous and as ungrateful, that you have your tempest too, and calm's more dangerous than it.
Was the slave so eloquent in his malice?
Yes, faith, and urged you, for your part, were never particular and seldom sound.
Not sound? Why, he offered to marry me, and swore he thought I was a chaste, I was so particular, and proved it, that consent was full marriage by the first institution, and those that love and lie together, and tell, have fulfilled all ceremonies now.
Did he offer to marry thee?
Yes, yes.
Huh. If ever then I deserve from thee, or if thou be'st dear to thyself, as thou hast anything thou hopest shall be safe or sound about thee, I conjure thee, take my counsel. Marry him to afflict him.
Marry him?
If I have any power, I shall prevail. Thou knowest he has a fat benefice, and leave me to plague him till he give it to me to be rid of thee.
Will you not keep me then?
I keep thee? Prithee, wilt thou keep me? I know not why men are such fools to pay. We bring as much to the sport as women. Keep thee? I'd marry thee as soon. Why, that's wedding sin. No, no keeping I. That you are not your own is all that prefers you before wives.
I hope this is not real.
Art thou such a stranger to my humour? Why, I tell thee, I should hate thee if I could call thee mine, for I loathe all women within my knowledge. And 'tis 6 to 4, if I knew thy sign, I'd come there no more. A strange mistress makes every night anew, and these are your pleasing sins. I had as life be good, as sin by course.
Then I am miserable.
Not so, if you'll be instructed, and let me pass like a stranger when you meet me.
But have you these humours?
Yes, faith, yet if you will observe them, though you marry him, I may perchance be your friend. But you must be sure to be coy, for to me the hunting is more pleasant than the quarry.
But if I observe this, will you be my friend hereafter?
Firm as the day. Hark! I hear him.
The parson calls within.
I knew he would follow me. I gave him a small touch that wakened his guilt. Resolve to endear yourself to him, which you may easily do by taking his part when I have vexed him. No dispute, resolve it, or, as I live, here I disclaim thee forever.
'Tis well. Something I'll do.
Exit wanton.
Open the door, I say, and let me in. Your favourite and his tights shall come no more here.
Enter Parson.
Yes, but he shall. 'Tis not you, nor your braced drum, shall freight me hence, who can command the souls of men. I have read divine Seneca. Thou know'st nothing but the earthly part, and canst cry to that, faces about.
Thou, red Seneca, thou still his cover to clothe thee, naked and wicked, that for money wouldst sell the share of the 12, and art allowed by all that know thee fitter to have been Judas than Judas was for treachery.
Rail, do rail, my illiterate captain, that can only abuse by memory. And should I live till thou couldst read my sentence, I should never die.
No, ungrateful, live till I destroy thee, and thankless wretch, did all my care of thee deserve nothing but thy malice and treacherous speaking darkly still, with thy fine, no, not here, when any malicious discourse was made of me, and by thy false faith, no faith, confess, in thy denials, whilst thy smiling excuses stood a greater and more dangerous evidence against me than my enemies' affidavits could have done.
I'll lie for never a lean soldier of you all.
I have for thee, slave, when I have been wondered at for keeping company with such a face, but they were such as knew thee not, all which thy look deceived, as they did me. They are so simple, they chosen a jury, and a judge that had wit would swear thou liest. Should thou confess what I know to be true, and award bedlam for thee? 'Tis so strange and so new a thing to find so much rogue lodge at the sign of the Four.
Leave this injurious language, or I'll lay off my cassock, for nothing shall privilege your braggart's tongue to abuse me, a gentleman, and a soldier ancienter than thyself.
Yes, thou wert so, and now I think on't, I'll recount the cause, which, it may be, thou hast forgot through thy variant of sins. It was a hue and cry that followed thee a scholar, and found thee a soldier.
Thou liest. Thou and scandal have but one tongue. Hers dwells with thy coward's teeth.
Oh, do you rage? Nay, I'll put the cause in print too. I am but a scurvy poet, yet I'll make a ballad, shall tell how like a faithful disciple you followed your poor whore till her martyrdom in the suburbs.
I'll be revenged for this scandal.
Then shall succeed thy flight from the university, disguised into captain, only the outside was worse birth, and the inside more atheist than they, furnished with an insolent faith, uncharitable heart, envious as old women, cruel and bloody as cowards, thus armed at all points, thou wentst out, threatening God, and trembling at men.
I'll be revenged, thou poor man of war, I'll be revenged.
Enter Wanton.
And why so bitter? Whose house is this? Who dares tell this story?
Why, sweet, hath he not treacherously broke into our cabinet, and would have stolen thee thence? By these hilts I'll hang him, and then I can conclude my ballad with take warning, all Christian people, by the same. I will, you lean slave, I'll prosecute thee, till thou art fain to hide in a servitor's gown again, and live upon crumbs with the robin redbreast that haunt the hall, your old messmates. Do you snore? I'll do it, I will, and put thee to fight with the dogs for the bones that but smell of meat, those that your hungry students have polished with their teeth.
If you do this, good captain, lieutenant, and company, for all your command, I think, is within your reach, I say, if you dare do this, I shall sing a song of one of that bad stand, and made a carrier paid a dear rent for a little ground upon his Majesty's highway.
How now, Mistress Wanton? What's this? What's this?
This, 'tis a matter for a jury. I'll swear, and positively. I'll hang thee, I'll do it by this hand. Let me alone to swear the jury out of doubt.
But you're in jest, Mistress Wanton, and will confess, I hope, this is no truth.
Yes, sir, as great a truth as that you are in your unpaid-for scarlet. Fool! Didst think I'd quit such a friend and his staid fortune, to rely upon thy dead pay in hopes for a second covenant?
His fortune, what is? Thou vouchest of time and deanery?
No, nor rents brought in by long staff speeches, that ask alms with frowns, though thy looks and speech have laid violent hands upon men's charity.
Let him alone, I'll warrant. He'll never be indicted for drawing anything but his tongue against a man.
Very good.
Dear Mistress Wanton, you have won my heart, and I shall live to dote upon you for abusing this impetuous captain. Will you listen to my old suit? Will you marry me and vex him? Say, dare you do it without more dispute?
'Twas a good question. She that dares marry thee, dares do anything. She may as safely lie with a great bell upon her, and his clapper is less dangerous than thine.
Why, I pray?
What a miserable condition wilt thou come to! His wife cannot be an honest woman, and if thou shouldst turn honest, would it not vex thee to be chaste and poxed? A saint without a nose, what calendar would admit thee by an incurable slave that's made of rogue's flesh? Consider that.
Why, that's something yet. Thou hast nothing but a few scars and a little old fame to trust to, and that scarce thatches your head.
Nay, then I see thou art base, and this plot not accident. Now I do not grudge him thee. Go together. 'Tis pity to part you, whore and parson as consonant.
As whore and captain?
Take her. I'll warrant her a breeder. I'll prophesy she shall lie with thy whole congregation, and bring an heir to thy parish, one that thou mayst enclose to common by his title, and recover it by common law.
That's more than thy dear dam could do for thee, thou son of 1,000 fathers, all poor soldiers, rogues that ought mischiefs, no midwives, for their birth. But I cry thee mercy, my patron has an estate of old iron by his side, with the farm of old ladies he scrapes a dirty living from.
He earned from an old lady. Hang him. He's only wicked in his desires, and for adultery he cannot be condemned, though he should have the vanity to betray himself. God forgive me for belying him so often as I have done. The weak-chinned slave hired me once to say I was with child by him.
This is pretty. Farewell, and may the next pig thou farrowest have a promising face, without the Dad's fall or gallows in it, that all may swear, at first sight, that's a bastard, and it shall go hard but I'll have it called mine. I have the way. 'Tis but praising thee, and swearing thou art honest before I am asked. You taught me the trick.
Next levee I'll preach against thee, and tell them what a piece you are. Your drum and borrowed scarf shall not prevail, nor shall you win with charms, half ill long, hide ferret riband, the youth of our parish, as you have done.
No, lose no time. Prithee, study and learn to preach, and leave railing against the surplice now thou hast preached thyself into linen. Adieu, Abigail. Adieu, heir apparent to Sir Oliver Martext. To church go. I'll send a beadle shall sing you a epithalamium.
Adieu, my captain of a tame band. I'll tell your old lady how you abused their breath, and swore you earned her money harder than those that dig in the mines forth.
Exit Captain.
A fart fill thy sail, captain of a galley foist. He's gone. Come, sweet, let's to church immediately, that I may go and take my revenge. I'll make him wear thin breeches.
But if you should be such a man as he says you are, what would my friends say when they hear I have cast myself away?
He says, hang him, lean, mercenary, provant rogue. I knew his beginning, when he made the stocks lousy, and swarmed so with vermin, we were afraid you would have brought that curse upon the country. He says, but what matter what he says? A rogue by sire and dam. His father was a broad, fat pedlar. What do you lack, sir? That haunted good houses, and stole more than he bought. His dam was a gipsy, a pilfering, canting sibyl in her youth, and she suffered in her old age for a witch. Poor Strumwell, the rogue was a perpetual burthen to her. She carried him longer at her back than in her belly. He dwelt there, till she lost him one night in the great frost upon her common, and there he was found in the morning candied in ice. A pox-sifter charity that thawed him. You might smell a rogue then in the bud. He is now run away from his wife.
His wife?
Yes, his wife. Why, do you not know he's married according to the rogue's liturgy? A left-handed bridegroom. I saw him take the ring from a tinker's dowager.
Is this possible?
Yes, most possible, and you shall see how I'll be revenged on him. I will immediately go seek the ordinance against reformados.
What ordinance?
Why, they do so swarm about the town, and are so destructive to trade and all civil government, that the state has declared no person shall keep above 2 colonels and 4 captains of what trade soever in his family. For now the war is done, broken breech, woodmonger, ragman, butcher, and link-boy, comrades that made up the ragged regiment in this holy war, think to return, and be admitted to serve out their times again.
Your ordinance will not touch the captain, for he is a known soldier.
He a captain? An apocryphal modern one, that went convoy once to Brentford with those troops that conducted the contribution puddings in the late Holy War, when the city ran mad after their russet Levites, apron rogues with horn hands. Hang him, he's but a sign of a soldier, and I hope to see him hanged for that commission, when the king comes to his place again.
You abuse him now he's gone, but—
Why, dost thou think I fear him? No, wench, I know him too well for a cowardly slave, that dares as soon eat his fox as draw it in earnest. The slave's noted to make a conscience of nothing but fighting.
well, if he be not a good man and a kind husband.
Thou knowest the proverb, as happy as the parson's wife during her husband's life.
Exeunt. Scene 2. Enter Mistress Pleasant, Widow Wild, her aunt, and Secret, her woman, above in the music-room, as dressing her, a glass, a table, and she in her night-clothes.
Secret, give me the glass and see who knocks.
Niece, what? Shut the door? As I live, this music was meant to you. I know my nephew's voice.
Yes, but you think his friends has more music in't.
No, Faith, I can laugh with him or so, but he comes no nearer than my lace.
You do well to keep your smock betwixt.
Faith, wench, so wilt thou, and thou beest wise from him and all of them, and be ruled by me, we'll abuse all the sex till they put a true value upon us.
But dare you forbid the travelled gentlemen, and abuse them, and your servant, and swear with me not to marry in a 12-month, though a lord bait the hook and hang out the sign of a court-cupid whipped by a country widow? Then I believe we may have mirth cheaper than at the price of ourselves, and some sport with the wits that went to lose themselves in France.
Come, no dissembling, lest I tell your servant when he returns how much you're taken with the last new fashion.
Madam, 'tis almost noon. Will you not dress yourself to-day?
She speaks as if we were boarders. Prithee, wench, is not the dinner our own? I am sure my cook shall lay by my own roast till my stomach be up.
But there may be company, and they will say we take too long time to trim. Secret, give me the flowers my servant sent me. He sware 'twas the first the wench made of the kind.
But when he shall hear you had music sent you to-day, 'twill make him appear in his old clothes.
Mary, I would he would take exception. He should not want ill usage to rid me of his trouble. As I live, custom has made me so acquainted with him that I now begin to think him not so displeasing as at first, and if he fall out with me, I must with him, to secure myself. Sure, aunt, he must find sense and reason absent, for when a question knocks at his head, the answer tells that there is nobody at home. I'd ask him the other day if he did not find a blemish in his understanding, and he sware a great oath not he. I told him 'twas very strange, for fool was so visible an eyesore that neither birth nor fortune could reconcile to me.
Faith, methinks his humour is good, and his purse will buy good company, and I can laugh and be merry with him sometimes.
Why, pray, aunt, take him to yourself, and see how merry we will be. I can laugh at anybody's fool but mine own.
By my troth, but that I have married one fool already, you should not have him. Consider, he asks no portion, and yet will make a great jointure. A fool with these conveniences, a kind, loving fool, and one that you may govern, makes no ill husband, niece. There are other arguments, too, to bid a fool welcome, which you will find without teaching. Think of it, niece. You may lay out your affection to purchase some dear wit or judgment of the city, and repent at leisure. A good bargain in this fool.
Faith, aunt, fools are cheap in the butchery and dear in the kitchen. They are such unsavoury, insipid things that there goes more charge to the sauce than the fool is worth, ere a woman can confidently serve him, either to her bed or board. Then, if he be a loving fool, he troubles all the world at days, and me all night.
Friendship, love. Madam has a remedy for that.
See if the air of this place has not inclined Secret to be a bawd already. No, Secret, you get no gowns that way, upon my word. If I marry, it shall be a gentleman that has wit and honour, though he has nothing but a sword by his side. Such a naked is better than a fool with all his trappings, bells, and baubles.
Why, as I live, he's a handsome fellow, and merry. Mine is such a sad soul, and tells me stories of lovers that died in despair, and of the lamentable end of their mistresses, according to the ballad, and thinks to win me by example.
Faith, mine talks of nothing but how long he has loved me, and those that know me do not think I am old, and still finds new causes, as he calls them, for his love. I asked him the other day if I changed so fast or no.
But what thinkest thou, Secret? My nephew dances well, and has a handsome house in the piazza.
Your nephew? Not I, as I live. He looks as if he would be wooed. I'll warrant you he'll never begin with a woman till he has lost the opinion of himself. But since you are so courteous, I'll speak to his friend and let him know how you suffer for him.
Him? Marry, God bless all good women from him. Why, he talks as if the dairymaid and all her cows could not serve his turn. Then they wear such bawdy breeches. 'Twould startle an honest woman to come in their company, for fear they should break, and put her to count from the fall of them. For I'll warrant the year of the Lord would sooner out of her head than such a sight.
I am not such an enemy now to his humour as to your nephew's. He rails against our sex, and thinks by beating down the price of a woman to make us despair of merchants. But if I had his heartstrings tied on a true lover's knot, I would so fuck him till he found physic in a rope.
He's a scurvy-tongued fellow, I am sure of that, and if I could have got a staff, I had marked him.
What did he do to thee, Secret?
Why, he swore he had a better opinion of her than to think she had her maidenhead. But if she were that fool and had preserved the toy, he swore he would not take the pains of fetching it to have it. I confess I would fain be revenged on them, because they are so blown up with opinion of their wit.
As I live, my nephew travels still. The sober, honest Ned Wild will not be at home this month.
What say you? Will you abuse them and all the rest, and stand to my first proposition?
Yes, faith, if it be but to bury my servant sad, for he cannot last above another fall. And how, think you, will your servant take it?
Mine? Oh, God help me, mine's a healthy fool. I would he were subject to pine and take things unkindly. There were some hope to be rid of him, for I'll undertake to use him as ill as anybody.
As I live, I am easily resolved, for if I would marry, I know neither who nor what humour to choose.
By my troth, madam, you are hard to please, else the courtier might have served turn.
Serve turn? Prithee, what haste, Secret, that I should put myself to bed with one I might make a shift with? When I marry, thou shalt cry, I marry, madam, this is a husband, without blushing, wench, and none of your so husbands. Yet he might have overcome my aversion, I confess.
Overcome? I think so. He might have won a city his way, for when he saw you were resolved he should not eat with you, he would set himself down as if he meant to besiege us, and had vowed never to rise till he had taken us in, and because our sex forbade force, he meant to do it by famine. Yet you may stay and miss a better market, for, hang me, I am of Secret's opinion he had but 2 faults, a handsome fellow, and too soon denied.
'Tis true, he was a handsome fellow, and a civil, that I shall report him. For as soon as it was given him to understand I desired he would come no more, I never saw him since, but by chance.
Why did you forbid him?
There were divers exceptions, but that which angered me then was, he came with the king's letters patents, as if he had been to take up a wife for his majesty's use.
Alas, was that all? Why, 'tis their way at court, a common course among them. And was it not one the king had a great care of? When my mother was alive, I had such a packet from the court, directed unto me. I bid them pay the post, and make the fellow drink, which he took as ill as I could wish, and has been ever since such a friendly enemy.
Nay, as I live, she was for the captain too. His scarf and feather won her heart.
Truly, madam, never flatter yourself, for the gentleman did not like you so well as to put you to the trouble of saying no.
Lord, how I hated and dreaded that scarf and buff coat.
Why, Mr. Pleasant, a captain is an honourable charge.
Prithee, Secret, name them no more. Colonel and captain, commissioner, free quarters, ordnance and contribution. When Buff utters these words, I tremble and dread the sound. It frights me still when I do but think on them. Cud's body, they're twigs of the old rod, wench, that whipped us so lately.
Ay, ay, and they were happy days, wench, when the captain was a lean, poor, humble thing, and the soldier tame, and durst not come within the city for fear of a constable and a whipping post. They know the penal statutes give no quarter. Then Buff was out to countenance, and skulked from alehouse to alehouse, and the city had no militia but the sheriff's men. In those merry days a bailiff trod the streets with terror, when all the chains in the city were rusty but master sheriffs, when the people knew no evil but the constable and his watch. Now every committee has as much power and as little manners, and examines with as much ignorance, impertinence, and authority as a constable in the king's key.
People talking without.
See who's that so loud?
The man you talked of, newly come to town.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 3. Enter Jack Constant, Will sad, Jolly, and a footman. They comb their heads and talk.
Remember our covenants. Get them that can all friends, and be sure to dispatch the plot to carry them into the country, lest the brace of new-come messieurs get them.
Those flesh-flies, I'll warrant thee from them, yet 'twas foolishly done of me to put on this gravity. I shall break out, and return to myself, if you put me to a winter's wooing.
A little patience does it, and I am content to suffer anything, till they're out of town. Secret says they think my pale face proceeds from my love.
Does she? That shall be one hint to advance your designs and my revenge, for so she be cozened. I care not who does it, for scorning me, who by this hand loved her parlously.
Sir, what shall I do with the horses?
Carry them to Broomsteads.
What shall I do with your worships?
Mine? Take him, hamstring him, kill him, anything to make away with him, lest, having such a conveniency, I be betrayed to another journey into the country. Gentlemen, you are all welcome to my country house. Charing Cross, I am glad to see thee, with all my heart.
What, not reconciled to the country yet?
He was not long enough there to see the pleasure of it.
Pleasure? What is't called? Walking, or hawking, or shooting at butts?
You found other pleasures, or else the story of the meadow is no gospel.
Yes, a pox upon the necessity. Here I could as soon have taken the cow as such a milkmaid.
The wine and meat's good, and the company.
When? At a Tuesday meeting, the country comes into a match at 2 shillings rubbers, where they conclude at dinner what shall be done this Parliament, railing against the court and Pope, after the old Elizabeth way of preaching, till they are drunk with zeal, and then the old knight of the shire from the board's end, in his coronation breeches, vies clinches with a silenced minister, a rogue that railed against the Reformation, merely to be eased of the trouble of preaching.
Nay, as I live, now you are to blame, and wrong him. The man's a very able man.
You'll be able to say so one day upon your wife's report. I would he were gelt, and all that hold his opinion. By this good day they get more souls than they save.
And what think you of the knight's son? I hope he's a fine gentleman, when his green suit and his blue stockings are on, and the welcomest thing to Mistress Abigail but Tib and Tom in the stock.
Oh, Master Geoffrey, Hobbinol the second, by this life 'tis a very veal, and he licks his nose like one of them. By his discourse you'd guess he had eaten nothing but hay. I wonder he doth not go on all four too, and hold up his leg when he stales. He talks of nothing but the stable. The cobbler's blackbird at the corner has more discourse. He has not so much as the family jest, which these Corydons used to inherit. I posed him in Booker's prophecies, till he confessed he had not mastered his almanac yet.
But what was that you whispered to him in the hall?
Why, the butler and I, by the intercession of Marchbear, had newly reconciled him to his dad's old codpiece corslet in the hall, which, when his zeal was up, he would needs throw down because it hung upon a cross.
But what think you of my neighbour? I hope her charity takes you.
Yes, and her old waiting woman's devotion. She sighed in the pew behind me. A Dutch skipper belches not so loud or so sour. My lady's miserable sinner with the white eyes, she does so squeeze out her prayers and so ring out. Have mercy upon us. I warrant her she has a waiting woman's sting in her conscience. She looks like a dirty-souled bawd.
Who? Is this my Lady Freedom's woman that he describes?
The same, the independent lady. I have promised to send her a cripple or two by the next carrier. Her subject husband would needs show me his house one morning. I never visited such an hospital. It stank like bedlam, and all the servants were carrying poultices, juleps and glisters, and several remedies for all diseases but his. The man sighed to see his estate crumbling away. I counselled him either to give or to take an ounce of ratsbane to cure his mind.
She is my cousin, but he made such a complaint to me, I thought he had married the company of Surgeons' Hall. For his directions to me for several things for his wife's use were fitter for an apothecary's shop than a lady's closet.
I advised him to settle no jointure but her old stills and a box of instruments upon her. She hates a man with all his limbs. A wooden leg, a crutch, and fistula in ano wins her heart. Her gentleman usher broke his leg last dog days, merely to have the honour to have her set it. A foul rank rogue, and so full of salt humours that he posed a whole college of old women with gangrene, which spoiled the jest, and his ambling before my lady by applying a handsaw to his gartering place, and now the rogue wears booted bedstaves, and destroys all the young ashes to make him legs.
I never saw such a nasty affection. She would have done well in the incurable. A handmaid to have waited on the cripples.
She converses with naked men, and handles all their members, though never so ill affected, and calls the fornication charity. All her discourse to me was flat bawdry, which I could not chide, but spoke as flat as she, till she rebuked me, calling mine beastliness, and hers natural philosophy. By this day, if I were to marry, I would as soon have chosen a drawn whore out of mine own hospital, and cure the sins of her youth, as marry a she chirurgeon, one that for her sins in her first husband's days cures all the crimes of her sex in my time. I would have him call her Chiron, the centaur's own daughter, a chirurgeon by sire and dam, Apollo's own colt. She's red-haired too, like that bonny beast with the golden mane and flaming tail."
You had a long discourse with her, Jolly. What was it about?
"I was advising her to be divorced, and marry the man in the almanac. 'Twould be fine pastime for her to lick him whole."
By this day I never saw such a mule as her husband is, to bear with her madness. The house is a good house, and well furnished.
"Yes, but 'tis such a sight to see great French beds full of found children, sons of bachelors, priests' heirs, bridewell orphans. There they lie by dozens in a bed, like sucking rabbits in a dish, or a row of pins, and then they keep a whole dairy of milch horse to suckle them."
She is successful, and that spoils her, and makes her deaf to counsel. I bade him poison 2 or 3 to disgrace her, for the vanity and pride of their remedies make those women more diligent than their charity.
"I asked him why he married her, and he confessed. If he had been sound, he had never had her."
He confessed she cured him of 3 claps before he married her.
"Yes, and I believe some other member, though then ill-affected, pleaded more than his tongue, and the rogue is like to find her business still, for he flies at all. My God, I owe thee thanks for many things, but 'tis not the least I am not her husband nor a country gentleman, whither I believe you cannot easily seduce me again, unless you can persuade London to stand in the country. To Hyde Park, or so, I may venture upon your lady fair days, when the filly foals of 15 come kicking in, with their manes and tails tied up in ribbons, to see their eyes roll and neigh, when the spring makes their blood prick them. So far I am with you, by the way of a country gentleman and a beer drinker."
For all this dislike, Master Jolly, your greatest acquaintance lies amongst country gentlemen.
"Ay, at London. There your country gentlemen are good company, where to be seen with them is a kind of credit. I come to a mercer's shop in your coach. Boy, call your master. He comes bare. I whisper him, 'Do you know the Constants and the Sads of Norfolk?' 'Yes, yes,' he replies, and strokes his beard. 'They are good men,' cry I. 'Yes, yes.' 'No more. Cut me off 3 suits of satin.' He does it, and in the delivery whispers, 'Will these be bound?' Pish! Drive on, coachman. Speak with me to-morrow."
And what then?
"What then? Why, come again next day."
And what if the country gentleman will not be bound?
"Then he must fight."
I would I had known that before I had signed your bond. I would have set my sword sooner than my seal to it."
"Why, if thou repent, there's no harm done. Fight rather than pay it."
Why, do you think I dare not fight?
"Yes, but I think thou hast more wit than to fight with me, for if I kill thee, 'tis a fortune to me, and others will sign in fear, and if thou shouldst kill me, anybody that knows us would swear 'twere very strange, and cry, 'There's God's just judgment now upon that lewd youth,' and thou procurest his hangman's place at the rate of thy estate."
By this hand he is in the right, and, for mine, I meant to pay when I signed. Hang it! Never put good fellows to say, "Prithee, give me £100."
'Tis true. 'Tis a good genty way of begging. Yet, for being killed if I refuse it, would there were no more danger in the widow's unkindness than in your fighting. I would not mistrust my design.
"Why, aye, there's a point now in nicety of honour. I should kill you for her, for you know I pretended first, and it may be, if I had writ sad lines to her, and hid myself in my cloak, and haunted her coach, it may be in time she would have sought me. Not I, by this hand. I'll not trouble myself for a wench, and married widows are but customary authorised wenches."
Being of that opinion, how canst thou think of marrying one?
"Why, faith, I know not. I thought to rest me, for I was run out of breath with pleasure, and grew so acquainted with sin, I would have been good for variety. In these thoughts 'twas my fortune to meet with this widow, handsome, and of a clear fame.
Didst love her?
Yes, faith, I had love, but not to the disease that makes men sick, and I could have loved her still, but that I was angry to have her refuse me for a fault I told her of myself, so I went no more.
Did she forbid you but once?
Faith, I think I slipped a fair opportunity. A handsome wench and £3,000 per annum in certainty, besides the possibility of being saved.
Which now you think desperate?
Widow and Pleasant looking out a window.
That is you, cross our pile. Will you have him yet, or no?
Peace! Observe them.
Faith, no, I do not despair, but I cannot resolve.
Enter Wild, Careless, and the captain, going in haste. He comes in at the middle door.
Who are those?
Captain, whither in such haste? What, defeated? Call you this a retreat, or a flight from your friends?
Your nephew and his governor, and his friend. Here will be a scene. Sit close, and we may know the secret of their hearts.
They have not met since they returned. I shall love this bay window.
Prithee, let me go. There's mischief a broiling, and if thou shakest me once more, thou wilt jumble a lie together. I have been hammering this hour.
A pox upon you, a studying lies?
Why, then they are no lies, but something in the praise of an old lady's beauty. What do you call that?
Who are those?
They spy each other.
Is it not the captain and my friend?
Jolly salutes them. Then he goes to the captain to embrace him. The captain stands in a French posture and slides from his old way of embracing.
Ned Wild, Tom Careless, what ailest thou? Dost thou scorn my embraces?
I see you have never been abroad, else you would know how to put a value upon those whose careful observation brought home the most exquisite garb and courtship that Paris could sell us.
A pox on this fooling, and leave off ceremony.
Why then, agreed. Off with our masks, and let's embrace like the old knot.
They embrace.
Faith, say, where have you spent these 3 years' time? In our neighbour France? Or have you ventured o'er the Alps to see the seat of the Caesars?
And can tell us, ignorant, doomed to walk upon our own land, how large a seat the goddess fixed her flying Trojans in.
Yes, yes, and have seen, and drunk perhaps, of Tiber's famous stream.
And have been where? Aeneas buried his trumpeter and his nurse. Tom looks as if he had sucked the one, and had a battle sounded by the other. For joy to see our nation ambitious, not to be understood or known, when they come home.
So, now I'm welcome home. This is freedom, and these are friends, and with these I can be merry. For, gentlemen, you must give me leave to be free too.
So you will spare us miserable men, condemned to London and the company of a Michaelmas term, and never travelled these countries that set mountains on fire a purpose to light us to our lodging.
Why, this is better than to stay at home, and lie by hearsay, wearing out yourselves and fortunes like your clothes, to see her that hates you for being so fine, and then appearing at a play dressed like some part of it, while the company admire the mercer's and the tailor's work, and swear they have done their parts to make you a fine gentleman.
Then leap out of your coach, and throw your cloak over your shoulder, the casting net to catch a widow, while we have seen the world, and learned her customs.
Yes, sir, and returned perfect monsieur.
Yes, even to their diseases. I confess my ignorance. I cannot amble, nor ride like St. George at Waltham.
Yet upon my conscience, he may be as welcome with a trot as the other with his pace. And faith, Jack, to be a little free, tell me, dost thou not think thou hadst been as well to pass here, with that English nose thou carriest hence, as with the French tongue thou hast brought home?
The captain has a patch over his nose.
It is an accident, and to a soldier 'tis but a scar. 'Tis true, such a sign upon Master Jolly's face had been as ill as a red cross, and Lord have mercy upon us, at his lodging door, to have kept women out of court.
For aught you know of the court?
I know the court, and thee and thy use, and how you serve, but as the handsomest movables, a kind of implement above said, and look much like one of the old court servants in the hangings.
But that they move and look fresher, and your apparel more modern.
Yes, faith, their office is the same, to adorn the room, and be gazed on. Alas! He's sad. Courage, man, these riding clothes will serve thee at the latter day.
Which is one of their grievances, for nothing troubles them more than to think they must appear in a foul winding sheet, and come undressed.
Gentlemen, I am glad to find you know the court. We know a traveller too, especially when he is thus changed and exchanged as your worships, both in purse and person, and have brought home foreign visages and inscriptions.
Why, that's their perfection, their ambition to have it said. And there go those that have profitably observed the vices of other countries, and made them their own. And the faults of several nations, at their return, are their parts.
Why, there is Jack Careless. He carried out as good staple manners as any was in Suffolk, and now he is returned with a shrug, and a trick to stand crooked, like a scurvy bow unbent, and looks as if he would maintain oil and salads against a chine of beef. I knew a great beast of this kind. It haunted the court much, and would scarcely allow us, fully reduced to civility, for serving up mutton in whole joints.
What? Silent?
Faith, the captain is in a study.
Do, con the rivers and towns perfectly, captain. Thou mayest become intelligencer to the people, and lie thy 2 sheets a week in Corantos too.
And could you not make friends at court to get their pictures cut ugly, in the corner of a map, like the old navigators?
We'll see.
Enter Widow and Pleasant above.
I'll interrupt them. Servant, you're welcome to town. How now, nephew? What? Dumb? Where are all our travelled tongues?
Servant? Who doth she mean? By this hand I disclaim the title.
Captain, Secret has taken notes, and desires you would instruct her in what concerns a waiting woman and an old lady.
Very good, yet this shall not save your dinner.
Nay, while you are in this humour, I'll not sell your companies. And though Master Jolly be incensed, I hope he will do me the favour to dine with me.
Faith, lady, you mistake me if you think I am afraid of a widow, for I would have the world know I dare meet her anywhere but at bed.
Exit Jolly.
No more, aunt, we'll come, and if you will give us good meat, we'll bring good humours and good stomachs.
Widow shuts the curtain.
By this day, I'll not dine there. They take a pleasure to raise a spirit that they will not lay. I'll to Banks.
A pox forbid it! You shall not break company. Now you know what we are to do after dinner.
I will consent, upon condition you forbid the spiritual nonsense the age calls platonic love.
I must away too, but I'll be there at dinner. You will join in a plot after dinner?
Anything, good, bad, or indifferent, for a friend and mirth.
Exeunt all but the captain.
I must go and prevent the rogue's mischief with the old lady.
Exit Captain. Act 2, Scene 1. Enter Jolly and the old lady Lovall.
Away! Unworthy, false, ungrateful! With what brow darest thou come again into my sight, knowing how unworthy you have been, and how false to love?
No, 'tis you are unworthy, and deserve not those truths of love I have paid here, else you would not believe every report that envy brings, and condemn without hearing me, whom you have so often tried and found faithful.
Yes, till I, too credulous, had pity on your tears, till I had mercy, you durst not be false.
nor am not yet.
What dost thou call false? Is there a treachery beyond what thou hast done? When I had given my fame, my fortune, myself, and my husband's honour, all in one obligation, a sacrifice to that passion which thou seemst to labour with despair of, to tell and brag of a conquest o'er a woman, fooled by her passion and lost in her love to thee. Unworthy!
She turns away her head.
By this day, 'tis as false as he that said it. Hang him, son of a bachelor, a slave that's envying my fortune in such a happiness as your love and chaste embraces, took this way to ruin it. Come, dry your eyes, and let the guilty weep. If I were guilty, I durst as soon approach a constable drunk as come here. You know I am your slave.
You swore so, and honour made me leave to triumph over your miseries.
Do you repent that I am happy? If you do, command my death.
Nay, never weep, or sit sadly. I am friends, so you will only talk and discourse, for 'tis your company I only covet.
No, you cannot forgive because you have injured me. 'Tis right woman's justice, accuse first, and harder to reconcile when they are guilty than when they are innocent, or else you would not turn from me thus.
You know your youth hath a strong power over me. Turn those bewitching eyes away. I cannot see them with safety of mine honour.
Come, you shall not hide your face. There's a charm in it against those that come burnt with unchaste fires. For let but your eyes or nose drop upon his heart, it would burn it up, or quench it straight.
No cogging. You have injured me, and now, though my love plead, I must be deaf. Mine honour bids me. For you will not fear again to prove unworthy, when you find I am so easy to forgive. Why, you will not be uncivil.
Jolly kisses her, and she shoves him away with her mouth.
So the storm is laid. I must have those pearls. She shoved me away with her mouth. I'll to her again.
Where are you? What do you take me for? Why, you will not be uncivil.
Still, as he offers to touch her, she starts as if he plucked up her coats.
Uncivil? By thy chaste self I cannot, chick. Thou hast such a terror, such a guard in those eyes, I dare not approach thee, nor can I gaze upon so much fire. Prithee, sirrah, let me hide me from their power here.
You presume upon the weakness of our sex. What shall I say or do, tyrant love?
There's a charm in those pearls. Pull them off. If they have a frost in them, let me wear them, and then we are both safe.
I would you had taken them sooner. I had then been innocent, and might with whiteness have worn my love, which I shall never outlive.
Dear, do not too fast pour in my joys, lest I too soon reach my heaven.
Begone, then, lest we prove, having gained that height, this sad truth in love, the first minute after noon is night.
Part now. The gods forbid. Take from me first this load of joys you have thrown upon me, for is a burden harder to bear than sadness. I was not born till now, this my first night in which I reap true bliss.
No, no, I would it had been your first night, then your falsehood had not given argument for these tears, and I hate myself to think I should be such a foolish fly thus again to approach your dangerous flame.
Come, divert these thoughts. I'll go see your closet.
No, no, I swear you shall not.
You know I am going out of town for 2 days.
When you return, I'll show it to you. You will forget me else when you are gone and at court.
Can your love endure delays, or shall business thee from thence remove? These were your own arguments. Come, you shall show it me.
Nay, then I perceive what unworthy way your love would find. Ye gods, are all men false?
As I live, you shall. Stay. Come, you ought to make me amends for slandering of me. Hang me if ever I told, and he that reports it the damnish rogue in a country. Come, I say.
He pulls her bodkin that is tied in a piece of black bobbin.
Ah, as I live, I will not, I have sworn. Do not pull me. I will not be damned. I have sworn.
He pulls her and says this.
As I live, I'll break your bodkin then, a weeping tyrant. Come, by this good day, you shall be merciful.
Why, you will not be uncivil. You will not force me, will you? As I live, I will not.
Nay, and you be wilful. I can be stubborn too.
He pulls still.
Hang me, I'll call aloud. Why, Nan? Nay, you may force me, but, as I live, I'll do nothing.
Exeunt ambo. Scene 2. Enter Captain.
A pox upon you! Are you earthed? The rogue has got her necklace of pearl, but I hope he will leave the rope to hang me in. How the pox came they so great? I must have some trick to break his neck, else the young rogue will work me out. 'Tis an excellent old lady, but I dare not call her so. Yet would she were young enough to bear, we might do some good for our heirs by leaving such a charitable brood behind. She's a woman after the first kind. 'Tis but going into her, and you may know her. Then she'll oblige so readily, and gives with greater thanks than others receive, takes it so kindly to be courted. I am now to oblige her, as she calls it, by professing young Wad's love, and desiring an assurance she's sensible of his sufferings, which though it be false and beyond my commission, yet the hopes of such a new young thing, that has the vogue of the town for handsomest, 'twill so tickle her age, and so blow up her vanity, to have it said he is in love with her, and so endear her to me for being the means, that the parson's malice will be able to take no root. She comes, I must not be seen.
Enter Lovall and Jolly.
Give me that letter. I'll swear you shall not read it.
Take it, I'll away. What time shall I call you? In the evening? There's a play at court to-night.
I would willingly be there, but your ladies are so censorious and malicious to us young ladies in the town, especially to me, because the wits are pleased to afford me a visit or so. I could be content else to be seen at court. Pray, what humour is the Queen of? The captain of her guard, I know.
The Queen?
The captain knocks.
Who's that knocks at the back door?
Smooth my band, I know not. Go down that way, and look you be not false. If you should be false, I'll swear I should spoil myself with weeping.
Farewell. In the evening I'll call you.
Exit Jolly.
Who's there? Captain, where have you been all this while? I might sit alone, I see, for you, if I could not find conversation in books.
She takes a book in her hand and sits down.
Faith, madam, friends newly come to town engaged me, and my stay was civility rather than desire. What book's that?
I'll swear he was a witch that writ it, for he speaks my thoughts, as if he had been within me. The original, they say, was French.
Oh, I know it. 'Tis the accomplished woman. Yourself he means by this, while you are yourself.
Indeed, I confess, I'm a great friend to conversation, if we can have it without suspicion. But the world's so apt to judge, that 'tis a prejudice to our honour now to salute a man.
Innocence, madam, is above opinion, and your fame's too great to be shook with whispers.
You are ever civil, and therefore welcome. Pray, what news is there now in town? For I'm reclused here. Unless it be yours, I receive no visits, and I'll swear I charged the wench today not to let you in. I wonder she let you come.
Faith, madam, if it had been my own business, I should not have ventured so boldly, but the necessity that forces me to come concerns my friend, against whom, if your mercy be now bounded with those strict ties of honour and court thoughts which I have ever found guard your heart, my friend, a young and handsome man, is lost in his prime, and falls like early blossoms. But methinks you should not prove the envious frost to destroy this young man, this delicate young man, that has whole bundles of boys in his breeches. Yet if you be cruel, he and they die as useless as open arses gathered green.
She must be earnest in her looks all the time he speaks, desirous to know who he speaks of.
Good captain, out with the particular. What way can my charity assist him? You know by experience I cannot be cruel. Remember how I fetched you out of a swoon, and laid you in my own bed.
That act preserved a life that has always been laboured in your service, and I dare say your charity here will find as fruitful a gratitude.
But I hope you will not be so uncivil as you were. I'll swear I could have hanged you for that rape, if I would have followed the law, but I forgave you upon condition you would do so again. But what's this young man you speak of?
Such is my love to you and him, that I cannot prefer mine own particular before your content, else I'd have poisoned him, ere I'd have brought him to your house.
Why, I pray?
Because he's young, handsome, and of sound parts, that I am sure will ruin me here.
His love may make all these beauties, else I have an honour will defend me against him, were he as handsome as young Wilde.
Why, there it is. That one word has removed all my fears and jealousies with a despair, for that's the man whose love, life, and fortune lies at your feet, and if you are single, by lawful means he would hope to reach what now he despairs of.
Let him not despair. Love is a powerful pleader, and youth and beauty will assist him. And if his love be noble, I can meet it, for there's none that sacrifices more to friendship love than I.
My friend's interest makes me rejoice at this. Dare you trust me to say this to him, though it be not usual? Pray speak. Nay, you are so long still resolving to be kind. Remember, charity is as great a virtue as chastity, and greater if we will hear nature plead. For the one may make many maids, the other can but preserve one. But I know you will be persuaded, let it be my importunity that prevails. Shall I bring him hither one evening?
Why do you plead thus? Pray be silent, and when you see him, tell him he has a seat here, and I—
She turns away.
Out with it. What is't? Shall he call you mistress and his platonic?
Away, away! Me!
No niceness. Is the match?
Lord, would I were as worthy as willing. Pray tell him so. He shall find me one of the humblest mistresses that ever he was pleased to honour with his affections.
Dare you write this to him, and honour me with bearing it? I confess I am such a friend to friendship love too, that I would even bring him on my back to a midnight meeting.
If you will stay here, I'll go in and write it.
She's going out. He calls her.
Madam, I forgot to ask your ladyship one question.
What was't?
There happened a business last night betwixt Master Wilde and one Jolly, a courtier, that brags extremely of your favour. I swear, if it had not been for friends that interposed themselves, there had been mischief, for Master Wilde was extreme zealous in your cause.
Such a rascal, I know. Villain, to bring my name upon the stage for a subject of his quarrels! I'll have him cudgelled.
And I'll answer he deserved it. For the quarrel ended in a bet of a buck-hunting nag, that some time to-day he would bring a necklace and chain of pearl of yours, not stolen, but freely given, to witness his power.
Did the vain rascal promise that?
Yes, but we laughed at it.
So you might. And, as I live, if the necklace were come from stringing, I'd send them both to Master Wilde, to wear as a favour, to assure him I am his, and to put the vain slave out of countenance.
Ay, Mary, such a timely favour were worth a dozen letters to assure him of your love, and remove all the doubts the other's discourse may put into his head. And faith, I'd send him the chain now, and in my letter promise him the necklace. He'll deserve such a favour.
I'll go in and fetch it immediately. Would you favour me to deliver it?
I'll wait upon your ladyship.
She goes, and he follows her. She turns and bids him stay.
I'll swear you shall not go in. You know I forswore being alone with you.
Hang me, I'll go in. Does my message deserve to wait an answer at the door?
Ay, but you'll be naught.
Oh, no, trust me if I break.
If you break, some such forfeit you'll lose. Well, come in for once.
You are so suspicious.
I'll swear I have reason for it. You are such another man.
Exeunt. Scene 3. Enter Wanton and Bawd.
Is he gone?
Yes, he's gone to the old lady's, high with mischief.
Fare him well, easy fool. How the trite strove to be tickled. And how doth this ring become me? Ha! They are fine kind of things, these wedding rings.
She plays with the wedding ring upon her finger.
Besides the good custom of putting so much gold in them, they bring such conveniences along.
Why, aye. Now I have but one to please, and if I please him, who dares offend me? And that wife's a fool that cannot make her husband one.
Nay, I am absolutely of opinion it was fit for you to marry. But whether he be a good husband or no—
A pox of good husband! Give me a wise one. They only make the secure cuckolds, the cuckold in grain. For die a husband that has wit, but with an opinion thou art honest, and see who dares wash the collar out. Now your fool changes with every drop, dotes with confidence in the morning, and at night jealous even to murder, and his love, Lord help us, fades like my Gredeline petticoat.
This is a new doctrine.
'Tis a truth, wench, I have gained from my own observations, and the paradox will be maintained. Take wise men for cuckolds, and fools to make them. For your wise man draws eyes and suspicion with his visit, and begets jealous thoughts in the husband, that his wife may be overcome with his parts, when the fool is welcome to both, pleases both, laughs with the one, and lies with the other, and all without suspicion. I tell thee, a fool that has money is the man. The wit and the wheeze, which is a distinct peril of a wit bound by itself, and to be sold at Whitehall, or at the sign of the King's Head in the butchery. These wise things will make 20 jealous, ere one man a cuckold, when the family of fools will head perish, ere they are suspected.
Well, I see one may live and learn, but if he be but as good at it now you are his own, as he was when he was your friend's friend, as they call it, you have got one of the best hiders of such a business in the town. Lord, how he would sister you at a play.
Fate, 'tis as he used at first. If he gets the bridle in's teeth, he'll ride to the devil, but if thou best's true, we'll make him ample ere we have done. The plot is here, and if it thrive, I'll alter the proverb. The parson gets the children too, the parson fathers them.
Anything that may get rule. I love to wear the breeches.
So do we all, wench. Empire it is all our aim, and I'll put my ranting Roger in a cage, but I'll tame him. He loves already, which is an excellent ring in a fool's nose, and thou shalt hear him sing. Happy only is that family that shows a cock that's silent and a hen that crows.
Do this, I'll serve you for nothing. The impetuous slave had wont to taunt me for beating of my husband, and would sing that song in mockery of me.
In revenge of a witch, thou, if thou wilt be faithful, shalt make him sing. Happy is that family that shows a cock that's silent and a hen that crows.
Exeunt. Scene 4. Enter Parson, Lovall, and Faithful.
Go, you are a naughty man. Do you come hither to rail against an honest gentleman? I have heard how you fell out. You may be ashamed on't, a man of your coat.
What? To speak truth and perform my duty? The world cries out you are a scabbed sheep, and I am come to tar you, that is, give you notice how your fame suffers in the opinion of the world.
My fame, sirrah! 'Tis purer than thy doctrine. Get thee out of my house.
You uncivil fellow, you come hither to tell my lady of her faults, as if her own Levite could not discern them?
My own Levite! I hope he's better bred than to tell me of my faults.
He finds work enough to correct his dearly beloved sinners.
And the right worshipful my lady and yourself, they mend at leisure.
You are a saucy fellow, sirrah, to call me sinner in my own house. Get you gone with your madam, I hear, and madam, I could advise, but I'm loath to speak. Take heed, the world talks, and thus with dark sentences put my innocence into a fright, with you know what you know, good mistress faithful. So do I, and the world shall know too. Thou hast married a whore.
Madame, a whore?
No, sir, 'tis not so well as a madam whore. 'Tis a poor whore, a captain's cast whore.
Now bless me, marry a whore! I wonder any man can endure those things. What kind of creatures are they?
They're like ladies, but that they are handsomer. And though you take a privilege to injure me, Yet I would advise your woman to tie up her tongue, and not abuse my wife.
Fie! Art thou not ashamed to call a whore wife? Lord bless us, what will not these men do when God leaves them? But for a man of your coat to cast himself away upon a whore! Come, wench, let's go and leave him. I'll swear 'tis strange the state doth not provide to have all whores hanged or drowned.
Ay, and 'tis time they look into it, for they begin to spread so that a man can scarce find an honest woman in a country. They say they're voted down now. 'Twas moved by that charitable member that got an order to have it but 5 miles to Croydon, for ease of the market women.
Ay, ay, 'tis a blessed parliament.
Exeunt Lovell and Faithful.
That I have played the fool is visible. This comes of rashness. Something I must do to set this right, or else she'll hate, and he'll laugh at me. I must not lose him my revenge too. Something that's mischief I'm resolved to do.
Exit Parson. Scene 5. Enter Wild and Careless.
Now, is the parson's wife so contemptible?
No, but I am so full of that resolution to dislike the sex that I will allow none honest, none handsome. I tell thee, we must beat down the price with ourselves, court none of them, but let their maidenheads and their faces lie upon their hands till they're weary of the commodity. Then they'll haunt us to find proper chapmen to deal for their wear.
I like this, but 'twill be long a-doing, and it may be, ere they be forced to sell, our bank will be exhausted, and we shall not be able to purchase.
Ay, but we'll keep a credit, and at 3-6 months thou and the captain shall be my factors.
You had best have a partner, else such an undertaking would break a better back than yours.
No partners in such commodities. Your factor that takes up maidenheads, 'tis upon his own account still.
But what course will you take to purchase this trade with women?
I am resolved to put on their own silence and modesty, answer forsooth, swear nothing but God's nigs, and hold arguments of their cold tenets, as if I believed there were no true love below the line, then sigh when it's proper, and with forced studies betray the enemy, who, seeing my eye fixed on her, her vanity thinks I am lost in admiration, calls and shakes me, ere I wake out of my design, and, being collected, answer out of purpose. Love divinest? Yes. Who is that is mortal and does not? Or which amongst all the senate of the gods can gaze upon those eyes, and carry thence the power he brought? This will start her.
Yes, and make her think thee mad.
Why, that's my design, for then I start too, and rub my eyes as if I waked, then sigh and strangle a yawn, till I have wrung it into tears, with which I rise as if o'ercome with grief, then kiss her hands, and let fall those witnesses of faith and love bribed for my design. This takes, for who would suspect such a devilish craft and youth to live together?
But what kind of woman do you think this will take?
All kind of women. Those that think themselves handsome, it being probable, conclude it real, and those that are handsome in their opinion, that small number will believe it, because it agrees with their wishes.
And when you are gone, it may be they sigh, and their love breaks out into paper, and what then?
What then? Why, then I laugh, and show thee their letters, and teach the world how easy 'tis to win any woman.
This is the way. And be sure to dislike all but her you design for. Be scarce civil to any of the sex besides.
That's my meaning, but to her that I mean my prey, all her slave, she shall be my deity, and her opinion my religion.
And while you sad at once to one, I'll talk freer than a privileged fool, and swear as unreasonably as losing gamesters, and abuse thee for thinking to reclaim a woman by thy love. Call them all balls thrown, that will run where they will run, and lovers like fools run after them, crying rub and fly for me. I believe none fair, nor handsome, nor honest, but the kind.
We must make the captain of our plot, lest he betray us. This will gain us some revenge upon the lovers to whom I grudge the wenches. Not that I believe they're worth half the cost. They pay for them. And we may talk, but 'tis not our opinion can make them happier or more miserable.
Enter Jolly.
Jolly, Will, where hast thou been? We had such sport with the parson of our town. He's married this morning to wanton.
Who? The captain's wench? He's in a good humour then. As you love mirth, let's find him. I have news to blow his rage with, and 'twill be mirth to us to see him divided betwixt the several causes of his anger, and lose himself in his rage, while he disputes which is the greater. Your opinion, gentlemen, is this or his wench the greater loss?
What hast thou there, Pearl? They're false, I hope.
Here he pulls out the pearl.
Why do you hope so?
Because I am thy friend, and would be loath to have thee hanged for stealing.
I will not swear they are honestly come by, but I'll be sworn there's neither force nor theft in it.
Prithee, speak out of riddles. Here's none but your friends.
Faith, take it. You have heard the captain brag of an old lady, which he thinks he keeps close in a box. But I know where hangs a key can let a friend in, or so. From her my brace of worthies, whose wits are dulled with plenty this morning, with 3 good words and 4 good deeds, I earned this toy.
The mirth yet we will all share. I am in pain till we find him, that we may vex his wit, that he presumes so much on.
Let's go, let's go. I will desire him to let me see his wench. I will not understand him if he says she's gone.
I'll beg of him, for old acquaintance' sake, to let me see his old lady.
Hark! I hear his voice.
Captain, within.
Which way?
The game plays itself. Begin with him, Ned, while we talk as if we're busy. We'll take our cue.
When I put off my hat.
Enter Captain.
Sblood, I thought you had been sunk. I have been hunting you these 4 hours. Death, you might have left word where you went, and not put me to hunt like Tom Fool. 'Tis well you are at London, where you know the way home.
Why, in collar, we have been all this while searching you. Come, this is put on to divert me from claiming your promise. I must see the wench.
You cannot, Adad, you cannot.
I did not think you would have refused such a kindness.
What's that?
Nothing, a toy. He refuses to show me his wench.
The devil he does. What? Have we been thus long comrades, and had all things in common, and must we now come to have common wenches particular? I say, thou shalt see her, and lie with her too, if thou wilt.
What, in thy dumps, brother? Call to thy aid 2-edged wit. The captain's sad, 'tis prophetic. I'd as lieve have dreamt of Pearl, or the loss of my teeth. Yet if he be musty, I'll warrant thee, Ned, I'll help thee to about. I know his cloak, his long cloak that hides her. I am acquainted with the parson. He shall befriend thee.
'Tis very well, gentlemen, but none of you have seen her yet.
Yes, but we have, by thyself, by thy anger, which is now bigger than thou. By chance we crossed her coming from church, leading in her hand the parson, to whom she swore she was this day married.
And our friendships were now guiding us to find thee out, to comfort thee after the treachery of thy Levite.
Come, bear it like a man. There are more wenches. What hast thou spied?
He gives no answer, but peeps under Jolly's hat.
His pearl, I believe.
Gentlemen, I see you are merry. I'll leave you. I must go a little way to inquire about our business.
He has got a sore eye, I think.
I will only ask one question and return.
No, faith, stay, and be satisfied.
Do, good brother, for I believe there is no question that you now would ask. But here's an oracle can resolve you.
Are those pearls true?
Yes.
And did you not steal them?
No.
No, he did not buy them with ready money, but took them upon mortgage of himself to an old lady.
Dwelling at the sign of the Book in Broad Street. Are you satisfied, or must I play the oracle still?
No, I am satisfied.
Like jealous men that take their wives at it, are you not?
Well, very well. 'Tis visible I am abused on all hands. But, gentlemen, why all against me?
To let you see your wits mortal, and not proof against all.
The parson hath shot it through with a jest.
Gentlemen, which of you, faith, had a hand in that?
Faith, none. Only a general joy to find the captain overreached.
But do you go sharers in the profit as well as in the jest?
No, faith, the toy's mine own.
They are very fine, and you may afford a good pennyworth. Will you sell them?
Sell them? Aye. Where's a chapman?
Here, I'll purchase them.
Thou? No, no. I have barred thee by and main, for I am resolved not to fight for them. That excludes thy purchase by the sword, and thy wench has proved such a loss in thy last adventure of wit, that I'm afraid it will spoil thy credit that way too.
Gentlemen, as a friend, let me have the refusal. Set your price.
He's serious.
Leave fooling.
Why, if thou couldst buy them, what wouldst thou do with them?
They're very fair ones. Let me see them. Methinks they should match very well with these.
These? Which?
Which? They are true?
Yes, but not earned with a pair of stolen verses. Of, I was not born till now, this my first night, and so, forsooth, nor given as a charm against lust.
What means all this?
What? Why, 'tis truth, and it means to shame the devil. By this good day he repeats the same words with which I gathered these pearls.
Why, then we have two to laugh at.
And all friends hereafter. Let's fool all together.
Gentlemen with the fine wits, and my very good friends, do you, or he, think I'll keep you company to make you laugh, but that I draw my honey from you too?
Come, come, the captain's in the right.
Yes, yes, the captain knows it, and dares tell you your wit, your fortune, and his face are but my plows. And I would have my fine monsieur know, who, in spite of my counsel, I will be finer than his mistress, and appears before her so curiously built, she dares not play with him for fear of spoiling him, and to let him know the truth I speak. To his fair hands I present this letter, but withal give him to understand the contents belong to me.
He reads the letter.
The pearl are sent to me.
I deny that, unless you prove you sent me, for the letter begins, Sir, this noble gentleman, the bearer, whom you are pleased to make the messenger of your love, and so forth. And now you should do well to inquire for that noble gentleman, and take an account of him now he has laid out your love, and it may be he'll return your pearl for it. And now, gentlemen, I dare propose a peace, at least a cessation of wit, but what is defensive, till such time as the plot which is now in my head to be effected, in which you have all your shares.
So she knows I have not the pearl. I am content.
She'll quickly find that, when she sees you come not to-night, according to my appointment, and hears I have sold the pearl.
Here then ceaseth our offensive war.
I'll give you counsel worth 2 ropes of pearl.
But the wench, how came the parson to get her?
Faith, 'tis hard to say which laboured most, he or I, to make that match. But the knave did well. There it is. If you assist, I mean to lay the scene of your mirth to-night, for I am not yet fully revenged upon the rogue. For that I know him miserable is nothing, till he believes so too. Wanton and I have laid the plot.
Do you hold correspondence?
Correspondence! I tell thee, the plot we laid to draw him on would make a comedy.
Enter a servant.
Sir, the ladies stay dinner.
And as we go, I'll tell you all the story, and after dinner be free from all engagements, as we promised thee, and follow but our directions. I'll warrant you mirth and pretty wench.
Agreed. Anything that breeds mirth is welcome.
Not a word at the widow's. Let them go on quietly, and steal their wedding too.
I heard a bird sing as if it were concluded amongst the couples.
They have been long about. My coz is a girl deserves more haste to her bed. He has arrived there by carrier's journeys.
But that I hate wooing. By this good day, I like your aunt so well as her humour. She should scarce be thrown away upon paleface that has sighed her into a wedding ring, and will but double her jointure.
Why, aye, thus it should be. Pray let us make them the seat of the war all dinner, and continue united and true among ourselves, then we may defy all foreign danger.
And with full bowls let us crown this peace, and sing, Wit without war no mirth doth bring.
Exeunt. Scene 6. Enter Parson and Wanton.
Was she deaf to your report?
Yes, yes.
The parson walks, troubled, up and down.
And ugly her Abigail, she had her say too.
Yes, yes.
And you walk here, biting your nails. Do you think I'll be satisfied with such a way of writing me?
What wouldst have me do?
Have you no gall? Be abused and laughed at by a dull captain, that a strict master would turn fool? You had wit, and could rail when I offended you, and none so sudden, none so terrible, none so sure of his revenge when I displease you.
Something I'll do.
Do it then, or I shall curse that ere I saw you. Death, let a sign of my lady, an out-of-fashion whore, that has paid for sin ever since yellow starch and wheel fardingales to a cry down, let her abuse me and say nothing, if this passes.
As Christ bless me, but I did, sweetheart. And if it were not church livings are mortal, and they are always hitting me in the teeth with a man of my coat, she should find I am no churchman within, nor master parson, but in my coat. Come to dinner, and after dinner I'll do something.
I shall do something will vex somebody.
Enter Baud.
Will you please to come to dinner? The company stays.
Come, let's go in.
No, I must walk a little to digest this breakfast. The guests else will wonder to see I am troubled.
Come, let this day pass in mirth, spite of mischief, for luck's sake.
Exit Parson.
I'll follow you, and do what I can to be merry.
Why, he stands already.
Peace, let me alone. I'll make him jostle like the miller's mare, and stand like the dun cow, till thou mayst milk him.
Pray break him of his miserableness. It is one of the chief exceptions I have against him. He reared a puppy once, till it was 10 days old, with 3 ha'porth of milk, and then with his own dagger slew it, and made me dress it. Blessed myself to see him eat it, and he bid me beg the litter, and swore it was sweeter and wholesomer than sucking rabbits or London pigs, which he called Bellman's issue.
Parson, within.
Why, sweetheart!
Hark! He calls me. We must honour him a little. He'll rebel else.
Scene 7. Enter, at the windows, the widow and Master Careless, Mistress Pleasant and Master Wild, Captain, Master Sad, Constant, Jolly, Secret. A table and knives ready for oysters.
You're welcome all, but especially Master Jolly. No reply with, I thank your ladyship.
I beseech you, sir, let us never be better acquainted.
She speaks to Master Jolly.
I shall endeavour, lady, and fail in nothing that is in my power to disoblige you, for there is none more ambitious of your ill opinion than I.
I rejoice at it, for the less love, the better welcome still.
And as ever you had an ounce of love for the widow, be not friends among yourselves.
Aunt, though we were at strife when we were alone, yet now we unite like a politic state against the common enemy.
The common enemy? What is that?
Women, and lovers in general.
Nay, then we have a party, niece. Claim quickly, now is the time, according to the proverb, keep a thing 7 years, and then if thou hast no use on it, throw it away.
Agreed. Let's challenge our servants. By the love they have professed, they cannot in honour refuse to join with us. And see where they come.
Enter Sad and Constant, and meet Secret. She whispers this to Sad.
Sir, 'tis done.
Be secret and grave. I'll warrant our design will take as we can wish.
Sweet Mistress Pleasant.
Servant Sad.
Madam.
We are threatened to have a war waged against us. Will you not second us?
With these youths we'll do enough, madam.
I'll swear my servant gave hit for hit this morning, as if he had been a master in the noble science of wit.
Mine laid about him with spick and span, new arguments, not like the same man, his old sayings and precedents laid by.
Thus armed, then, we'll stand and defy them.
Where's your points? Sure, aunt, this should be your wedding day, for you have taken the man for better, for worse.
No, nephew, this will not prove the day that we shall either give or take a ring.
Hang me, if I know you can go back again with your honour.
Or in justice, refuse him liberty that has served out his time. Either marry him or provide for he is maimed in your service.
Why, servant sad, you'll arm? My nephew has thrown the first dart at you.
Hast hit? Hast hit?
No, captain, 'twas too wide.
Too wide? Mary, he's an ill marksman that shoots wider than a widow.
We are both in one hole, captain. But I was loath to venture my opinion, lest her ladyship should think I was angry, for I have a good mind to fall upon the widow.
You're a constant man, Master Jolly. You have been in that mind this 12-month's stay.
You are in the right, madam. She has it to show under his hand, but she will not come in the list with him again. She threw him the last year.
Come, shall we eat oysters? Who's there? Call for some wine. Master Jolly, you are not warm yet. Pray be free. You are at home.
Your ladyship is merry.
You do not take it ill to have me assure you you are at home here.
Such another invitation, though in jest, will take away Master Sad's stomach.
Oysters not brought in yet.
No, faith, Ned. Though she should take him, it will not take away my stomach. My love is so fixed. I may wish my wishes, but she shall never want them to wait upon hers.
A traitor, bind him, has pulled down aside. Profess your love thus public?
Ay, by my faith, continue Master Sad, to give it out you love, and call it a new love, a love never seen before. We'll all come to it as your friends.
Gentlemen, still I love, and if she to whom I thus sacrifice will not reward it, yet the worst malice can say is, I was unfortunate, and misfortune, not falsehood, made me so.
In what chapter shall we find this written, and what verse? You should preach with a method, Master Sad.
Gentlemen, if he ever spoke so much dangerous sense before, either of love or reason, hang me.
Madam, my love is no news, where you are. No, your scorn has made it public, and though it could gain no return from you, yet others have esteemed me for the faith and constancy I have paid here.
Did I not foretell you of his love? I foresaw this danger. Shall I never live to see wit and love dwell together?
I am but a poor soldier, and yet never reached to the honour of being a lover. Yet from my own observations, Master Sad, take a truth. 'Tis a folly to believe any woman loves a man for being constant to another. They dissemble their hearts only, and hate a man in love worse than a wencher.
And they have reason, for if they have the grace to be kind, he that loves the sex may be theirs.
When your constant lover, if a woman have a mind to him, and be blessed with so much grace to discover it, he, out of the noble mistake of honour, hates her for it, and tells it perchance, and preaches reason to her passion, and cries, miserable beauty, to be so unfortunate as to inhabit in so much frailty.
This counsel makes her hate him more than she loved before. These are troubles, those that love are subject to. While we look on and laugh, to see both thus slaved, while we are free.
My prayer still shall be, Lord, deliver me from love.
'Tis plague, pestilence, famine, sword, and sometimes sudden death.
Yet I love. I must love. I will love. And I do love.
In the present tense.
No more of this argument, for love's sake.
By any means, madam. give him leave to love, and you are resolved to walk tied up in your own arms, with your love as visible in your face as your mistress's colours in your hat, that any porter at Charing Cross may take you like a letter at the carrier's, and having read the superscription, deliver master sad to the fair hands of mistress or my lady such a one, lying at the sign of the hard heart.
And she, if she has wit, as I believe she hath, will scarce pay the post for the packet.
Treason! How now, niece? Join with the enemy?
They give the captain wine.
A health, Ned. What shall I call it?
To Master Sad, he needs it, that avows himself a lover.
Gentlemen, you have the advantage, the time, the place, the company. But we may meet when your wits shall not have such advantage as my love.
No more of love, I'm so sick on't.
By your pardon, mistress, I must not leave love thus unguarded. I vow myself his follower.
Much good may love do him. Give me a glass of wine here. Will, let them keep company with the blind boy. Give us his mother, and let them preach again. Hear that, Will. He has good luck, persuades me. 'Tis an ugly sin to lie with a handsome woman.
A pox upon your nurse, she frightened me so. When I was young, with stories of the devil, I was almost 14 year, I could prevail with reasons to unbind my reason, it was so slave to faith and conscience. She made me believe wine was an evil spirit, and fornication like the whore of Babylon, a fine face, but a dragon under her petticoats, and that made me have a mind to peep under all I met since.
Fie, fie, for shame, do not talk so. Are you not ashamed to glory in sin, as if variety of women were none?
Madam, we do not glory in fornication, and yet I thank God I cannot live without a woman.
Why, does your ladyship think it a sin to lie with variety of handsome women? If it be, would I were the wickedest man in the company.
You have been marked for an indifferent sinner that way, Captain.
Who, I? No, faith, I was a fool. But, an I were to begin again, I would not do as I have done. I kept one, but if ever I keep another, hang me. Nor would I advise any friend of mine to do it.
Why, I am sure 'tis a provident and safe way. A man may always be provided and sound.
Fie upon this discourse.
Those considerations betrayed me. A pox! It is a dull sin to travel, like a carrier's horse, always one road.
Fie, Captain! Repent for shame, and marry.
Your ladyship would have said, marry and repent. No. Though it be not the greatest pleasure, yet it is better than marrying. For when I am weary of her, my inconstancy is termed virtue, and I shall be said to turn to grace. Beware of women, for better, for worse, for our wicked nature, when her sport is lawful, cloys straight. Therefore, rather than marry, keep a wench.
Faith, he's in the right, for 'tis the same thing in number and kind, and then the sport is quickened and made poignant with sin.
Yet 'tis a fault, faith, and I'll persuade all my friends from it, especially here, where any innovation is dangerous. 'Twas the newness of the sin that made me suffer in the opinion of my friends, and I was condemned by all sorts of people. Not that I sinned, but that I sinned no more.
Why, ay, hadst thou been wicked in fashion, and privily lain with everybody, their guilt would have made them protect thee, so that to be more wicked is to be innocent, at least safe, a wicked world. Lord, help us.
But being particular to her and not in love, no subject to it. Taking an antidote every morning before I venture into those infectious places where love and beauty dwell. This enraged the maiden beauties of the time, who thought it a prejudice to their beauties to see me careless and securely passed by their conquering eyes, my name being found amongst none of those that decked their triumphs. But from this 'tis easy to be safe, for their pride will not let them love, nor my leisure me. Then the old ladies that pay for their pleasures, they, upon the news, beheld me with their natural frowns, despairing when their money could not prevail, and hated me when they heard that I for my pleasure would pay as large as they.
Gentlemen, take warning. A fee from every man, for by this day there's strange counsel in this confession.
Captain, you forgot to pledge Master Careless. Here, will you not drink a cup of wine? Who's there? Bring the oysters.
Yes, madam, if you please.
Proceed, Captain.
Fie, Master Wild, are you not ashamed to encourage him to this filthy discourse?
A glass of wine, then, and I'll drink to all the new married wives that grieve to think at what rate their fathers purchase a little husband, these when they lie thirsting for the thing they paid so dear for.
Enter a servant with oysters.
These, methinks, should be thy friends, and point thee out as a man for them.
Yes, till the faithful nurse cries, Alas, madam, he keeps such a one, he has enough at home. Then she swells with envy and rage against us both, calls my mistress ugly, common, unsafe, and me a weak, secure fool.
These are strange truths, madam.
Ay, ay, but those oysters are a better jest.
But she's abused that will let such reason tame her desire, and a fool in love's school. Else she would not be ignorant that variety is such a friend to love, that he which rises a sunk coward from the lady's bed would find new fires at her maids. Nor ever yet did the man want fire, if the woman would bring the fuel.
For God's sake, leave this discourse.
The captain has a mind we should eat no oysters.
Aunt, we came to be merry, and we will be merry, and you shall stay it out. Proceed, Captain.
Fie, Captain, I am ashamed to hear you talk thus. Marry, and then you'll have a better opinion of women.
Marry, yes, this knowledge will invite me. It is a good encouragement, is it not, think you? What is your opinion? Were not these marriages made in heaven? By this good day all the world is mad, and makes haste to be fooled. But we fool, and I hope there's none of us believes there has any marriages been made in heaven since Adam.
By my faith, 'tis thought the devil gave the ring thereto.
Nephew, I'll swear I'll be gone.
Hold on, Ed.
He points at Sad.
She goes not yet. There's a fourth kind of woman that concerns her more than all the rest. Ecce signum. She is one of those who, clothed in purple, triumph over their dead husbands. These will be catched at first sight, and at first sight must be caught. 'Tis a bird that must be shot flying, for they never sit. If a man delay, they quarrel, and fall into considerations of jointure and friend's opinion, in which time, if she hears thou keep stay wench, thou hadst better be a beggar in her opinion, for then her pride, it may be, would betray her to the vanity of setting up a proper man, as they call it. But for a wencher no argument prevails with your widow, for she believes they have spent too much that way to be able to pay her due benevolence.
As I live, I'll be gone if you speak one word more of this uncivil subject.
Captain, let me kiss thy cheek for that, widow. You understand this, widow. I say no more. Here, Captain, here's to thee, as it goes down a pox of care.
Jesus! Master Jolly, have you no observations of the court that are so affected with this of the town?
Faith, they say, there's good sport there sometimes.
Master Jolly is afraid to let us partake of his knowledge.
No, faith, madam.
By this drink, if he stay till I have eaten a few more, I'll describe it.
What should I say? 'Tis certain the court is the bravest place in the kingdom for sport, if it were well looked to, and the game preserved fair. But, as 'tis, a man may sooner make a set in the Strand, and it will never be better, whilst your divine lovers inhabit there.
Let the king make me master of the game.
And admit us lady lovers.
I would he would. For, as 'tis, There's no hopes amongst the ladies. Besides, 'tis such an example to see a king and queen, good husband and wife, that to be kind will grow out of fashion.
Nay, that's not all, for the women grow malicious because they are not courted. Nay, they dread all the last mischiefs, and call the king's chastity and neglect of them.
Thou art in the right. An Edward or a Harry, with 7 queens in buckram, that haught among the men, and stroked the women, are the monarchs they wish to bow to. They love no tame princes, but lions in the forest.
Why, and those were properly called the fathers of their people, that were indeed akin to their nobility. Now there wear out their youth and beauty, without hope of a monumental ballad, or trophy of a libel, that shall hereafter point at such a lord, and cry, that is the royal son of such a one.
And these were the ways that made them powerful at home. For the city is a kind of tame beast. You may lead her by the horns any whither, if you but tickle them in the ear sometimes. Queen Bess of famous memory had the trick on it, and I have heard them say in 88 ere I was born, as well as I can remember, she rode to Tilbury on that bonny beast, the mayor.
I would I might counsel him, I'd so reform the court.
Never too soon, for now, when a stranger comes in and spies a covey of beauties, would make a falconer unhood before he can draw his leash. He is warned that's a marked partridge, and that and every he has by their example a particular she.
By this light, the 6 fair maids stand like the working days in the almanac, one with A scored upon her breast, that is as much to say, I belong to such a lord, the next with B for an elder brother, C for such a knight, D possessed with melancholy, and at her breast you may knock an hour ere you get an answer, and then she'll tell you there's no lodging there. She has a constant fellow courtier that has taken up all her heart to his own use. In short, all are disposed of but the good mother, and she comes in like the Sabbath at the week's end, and I warrant her to make any one rest that comes at her.
Ay, marry, if she were like the Jews' Sabbath, it were somewhat, but this looks like a broken commandment that has had more work done upon her than all the week besides.
And what think you, is not this finely carried? You that about the king, counsel him, if he will have his sport fair, he must let the game be free, as it has been in former ages. Then a stranger that has wit, good means, and handsome clothes, no sooner enters the privy chamber, and beats about with 3 graceful legs, but he springs a mistress that can dance as well as he, sung better, as free as fair. Those at first sight could speak, for wit is always acquainted. These fools must be akin, ere they can't speak. And now friends make the bargain, and they go to bed ere they know why.
Faith, he's in the right. You shall have a buzzard now hover and beat after a pretty wench, till she's so weary of him she forced to take her bed for covert, and find less danger in being trussed than in flying.
And what becomes of all this pudder, after he has made them sport for one night, to see him touse the quarry? He carries her into the country, and there they two fly at one another till they are weary.
And all this mischief comes of love and constancy. We shall never see better days. There be an Act of Parliament against it, enjoining husbands not to till their wives, but change and lay them fallow.
A pox! The women will never consent to it. They'll be tilled to death first.
Gentlemen, you are very bold with the sex.
Faith, madam, it is our care of them. Why, you see they are married at 14, yield a crop and a half, and then die. 'Tis merely their love that destroys them, for if they get a good husbandman, the poor things yield their very hearts.
And do you blame their loves, gentlemen?
No, not their love, but their discretion. Let them love and do, a God's name, but let them do with discretion.
But how will you amend this?
Instead of 2 beds and a physician, I'd have the state prescribe 2 wives and a mistress.
Ho! It will never be granted. The state is made up of old men, and they find work enough with one.
We will petition the lower house. There are young men, and, if it were but to be factious, would pass it, if they thought the upper house would cross it. Besides, they ought to do it. Death, they provide against cutting down old trees, and preserving highways and post-horses, and let pretty wenches run to decay.
Why, may it not come within the statute of depopulation? As I live, the state ought to take care of those pretty creatures. Be you judge, madame, 'tis not a sad sight to see a rich young beauty, with all her innocence and blossoms on, subject to some rough rude fellow that ploughs her, and esteems and uses her as a chattel, till she's so lean, a man may find as good grass upon the common, where it may be she'll sit coughing with sunk eyes, so weak that a boy with a dog, that can but whistle, may keep a score of them.
You are strangely charitable to our sex, on a sudden.
I know not what they are, but, for my part, I'll be a traitor ere I look on and see beauty go thus to rack. It is enough custom has made us suffer them to be enclosed. I am sure they were created common, and for the use of man, and not intended to be subject to jealousy and choler, or to be bought or sold, or let for term of lives or years, as they are now, or else sold at outcries. Oh, yes, who'll give most, take her.
Why do not some of you excellent men marry, and mend all these errors by your good example?
Because we want fortunes to buy rich wives or keep poor ones, and be loath to get beggars or whores, as well as I love 'em.
Why, are all their children so that have no fortune, think you?
No, not at all. I have heard of Whittington and his cat, and others, that have made fortunes by strange means. But I scarce believe my son would rise from hop. A halfpenny and a lamb's skin, and the wenches, commonly having more wit and beauty than money, foreseeing small portions, grow sad and read romances, till their wits spy some unfortunate merit like their own, without money too, and they too sigh after one another till they grow mysterious in colours, and become a proverb for their constancy, and when their love has worn out the cause, marry in the end a new couple. Then, grown ashamed of the knowledge they so long hunted, at length part by consent, and vanish into Abigail and Governor.
Well, gentlemen, excuse me for this one time, and if ever I invite you to dinner again, punish me with such another discourse. In the meantime, let's go in and dine. Meat stays for us.
Faith, madam, we were resolved to be merry. We have not met these 3 years till to-day, and at the Bear we meant to have dined. And since your ladyship would have our company, you must pardon our humour. Here, Master Sad, here's the widow's health to you.
Exeunt omnes. Act 3, Scene 1. Enter, all from dinner.
Nephew, how do you dispose of yourself this afternoon?
We have a design we must pursue, which will rid you of all this troublesome company, and will make no excuse because you peeped into our privacies today.
Your humble servant, ladies, gentlemen, we leave you to pursue your fortunes.
Exit, careless.
Farewell, widow. Mayest thou live unmarried, till thou runnest away with thyself.
Exit, jolly.
No, no, when that day comes, command the humblest of your servants.
Exit, captain.
Farewell, aunt. Sweet Mistress Pleasant, I wish you good fortune.
Exit, wild.
Farewell, farewell, gentlemen. Niece, now if we could be rid of these troublesome lovers too, we would go see a play.
Aside.
Rid of them? Why, they are but now in season. As I live, I would do as little to give mind content as any she in town, and yet I do not grudge him the happiness of carrying me to a play.
Ay, but the world will talk, because they pretend, and then we shall be sure to meet my nephew there, and his wild company, and they will laugh to see us together.
Who will you have? Tim the butler, or Formal, your gentleman usher? I would take Philip, the foreman of the shop, as soon.
Let's mask ourselves, and take Secret, and go alone by water.
Yes, and follow her, like one of my aunts of the suburbs. It is a good way to know what you may yield in a market, for, I'll undertake, there are those that shall bid for you before the play will be done.
As I live, madam, Mistress Pleasant is in the right. I had such a kindness offered me once, and I came to a price with him in knavery. And hang me, if the rogue was not putting the earnest of his affection into my hand.
Let's go to the glass house, then.
I'll go to a play with my servant, and so shall you. Hang opinion, and we'll go to the glass house afterwards. It is too hot to sup early.
Pray, madam, go. They say 'tis a fine play, and the night brighted.
Pray, let secret prevail. I'll propose it to the lovers. In the meantime, go you, and bid the coachman make ready the coach.
Secret whispers sad.
'Twill take. Alice, madam, he's sick, poor fellow, and gone to bed. He could not wait at dinner.
Sick?
Why, see how all things work for the young men, either their coach or afoot. Master Constant, what think you of seeing a play this afternoon? Is it not too hot to venture this infectious time?
Fie, madam, there's no danger. The bill decreased 20 last week.
I swear, they say 'tis a very good play today.
Shall we go, niece?
Faith, 'tis hot, and there's nobody but we.
Does that hinder? Pray, madam, grudge us not the favour of venturing yourself in our company.
Come, leave this ceremony. I'll go in and put on my mask. Secret shall bring yours.
No, I'll go and put it on within.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 2. Enter Wild, Careless, Captain, and Jolly.
By this day you have nettled the widow.
The captain neglected his dinner for his mirth, as if he had forgot to eat.
When did he oversee his drinking so?
Gentlemen, still it is my fortune to make your worships merry.
As I live, captain, I subscribe, and am content to hold my wit as a tenant to thee. And tonight I'll invite you to supper, where it shall not be lawful to speak till thou hast victualled thy man of war.
Shall's be merry. What shall we have?
60 dishes of meat. Choose them yourself.
Provide me then the chines fried, and the salmon calvered, a carp and black sauce, red deer in the blood, and an assembly of woodcocks and jacksnipes, so fat you would think they had their winding sheets on, and upon these, as their pages, let me have wait your Sussex whittier, with a feather in his cap, over all which let our countryman general chine of beef command. I hate your French pottage. That looks as the cookmaid had more hand in it than the cook.
I'll promise you all this.
And let me alone to cook the fish.
You cook it? No, no. I left an honest fellow in town when I went into Italy, Signor Riccardo Ligon, one of the ancient house of the Armenian ambassadors. If he be alive, he shall be our cook.
Is he excellent at it?
Excellent. You shall try, you shall try. Why, I tell you, I saw him once dress a shoeing horn and a joiner's apron, that the company left pheasant for it.
A shoeing horn?
Yes, a shoeing horn. Mary, there was garlic in the sauce.
Is this all you would have?
This and a bird of paradise to entertain the rest of the night. And let me alone to cook her.
A bird of paradise? What's that?
A girl of 15, smooth as satin, white as a Sunday apron, plump, and of the first down. I'll take her with her guts in her belly, and warm her with a country dance or two, then pluck her, and lay her dry betwixt a couple of sheets. There pour into her so much oil of wit as will make her turn to a man, and stick into her, hot, 3 corns of whole love, to make her taste of what she is doing. Then, having strewed a man all over her, shut the door and leave us. We'll work ourselves into such a sauce as you can never set feet on, so poignant, and yet so hot gout. Take heed of a hot gout. Your onion and woman make the worst sauce. This shook together by an English cook, for your French seasoning spoils many a woman, and there's a dish for a king.
For the first part I'll undertake, Captain.
But this for supper. No more of this now. This afternoon, as you are true to the petticoat, observe your instructions and meet at Ned's house in the evening.
We
will
not
not fail.
I must write to Wanton, to know how things stand at home, and to acquaint her how we have thrived with the old lady to-day.
Whither will you go to write?
To thy house, 'tis hard by. There's the fleece.
Do. And in the meantime I'll go home and dispatch a little business, and meet you.
Make haste, then.
Where shall I meet you?
Whither shall we go, till it be time to attend the design?
Let's go to court for an hour.
Do. I'll meet you at the Queen's side.
No, prithee, we are the messieurs new come over, and if we go fine, they will laugh at us, and think we believe ourselves so. If not, then they will abuse our clothes, and swear we went into France only to have our cloaks cut shorter.
Will you go see a play?
Do, and thither I'll come to you, if it be none of our gentlemen poets, that excuse their writings with a prologue that professes they are no scholars.
On my word, this is held the best penned of the time, and he has writ a very good play. By this day it was extremely applauded.
Does he write plays by the day? Indeed, a man would have judged him a labouring poet.
A labouring poet? By this hand he's a knight. Upon my recommendation, venture to see it. Hang me if you be not extremely well satisfied.
A knight, and writes plays. It may be, but 'tis strange to us. So they say there are other gentlemen poets, without land or Latin. This was not ordinary. Prithee, when was he knighted?
In the north, the last great knighting, when 'twas God's great mercy we were not all knights.
I'll swear, they say, there are poets that have more men in liveries than books in their studies.
And what think you, gentlemen? Are not these things to start a man? I believe 'tis the first time you have found them lie at the sign of the page, footmen, and gilded coaches. They were wont to lodge at the Thin Cloak. They and their muses made up the family, and then sent scenes to their patrons, like boys in at windows. And one would return with a doublet, another with a pair of breeches, a third with a little ready money, which, together with their credit with the company, in 3 terms you rarely saw a poet repaired.
This truth nobody denies.
Prithee, let us resolve what we shall do, lest we meet with some of them, for it seems they swarm, and I fear nothing like a dedication, though it be but of himself. For I must hear him say more than either I deserve or he believes. I hate that in a poet. They must be dull, or all upon all subjects, so that they can oblige none but their muse.
I perceive by this you will not see the play. What think you of going to Sim's, to Bowles, till I come?
Yes, if you will go to see that comedy, but there is no reason we should pay for our coming in and act too, like some whose interest in the timber robs them of their reason, and they run as if they had stolen a bias.
Resolve what you will do. I am contented.
Let's go walk in the spring garden.
I'll do it for company, but I had as lief be rid in the horse market as walk in that fool's fair, where neither wit nor money is, nor sure to take up a wench. There's none but honest women.
A pox on't, what should we do there? Let's go and cross the field to Pike's. Her kitchen is cool, winter and summer.
I like that motion well, but we have no time, and I hate to do that business by half. After supper, if you will, we'll go and make a night on it.
Well, I must go right, therefore resolve of somewhat. Shall I propose an indifferent place where 'tis probable we shall all meet?
Yes.
Go you before to the devil, and I'll make haste after.
Agreed. We shall be sure of good wine there, and in fresco, for he is never without patent snow.
Patent snow? What doth that project hold?
Yes, faith, and now there's a commission appointed for toasts against the next winter.
Marry, they are wise, and foresaw the Parliament, and were resolved their monopolies should be no grievance to the people.
Farewell. You'll be sure to meet?
Yes, yes.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 3. Enter Wanton and her maid, with her lap full of things.
Bid them ply him close, and flatter him, and rail upon the old lady and the captain, and, do you hear, give him some hint to begin the story of his life. Do it handsomely, and you shall see the sack will clip his tongue.
I warrant you I'll fit him.
When he is in his discourse, leave him, and come down into the parlour, and steal away his box with the false rings that stands by his bedside. I have all his little plate here already.
Make you haste. I'll warrant you'll dress him.
Exeunt. Scene 4. Enter the captain with a letter in his hand, and his boy to him with a candle. Is going to write the superscription.
Sir, the Lady Lovell passed by even now.
The Lady Lovell, which way went she?
To the rich lady, the widow, where your worship dined.
'Tis no matter. Here, carry this letter, and bring an answer to the devil quickly, and tell her we'll stay there till the time be fit for the design.
Exeunt. Scene 5. Enter Careless, Wild, and a drawer at the devil.
Jack, how goes the world? Bring us some bottles of the best wine.
You shall, sir. Your worship is welcome into England.
Why, look you, who says a drawer can say nothing but anon? Anon, sir, score a quart of sack in the half-moon.
Your worship is merry, but I'll fetch you that, sir, shall speak Greek, and make your worship prophesy. You drank none such in your journey.
Do it then, and make a hole in this angel thou mayest creep through.
Gives him an angel.
Who is that peeps? A fiddler? Bring him by the ears.
Enter the tailor that peeps.
A tailor, and it like your worship.
A tailor, hast thou a stout faith?
I have had, and it like your worship, but now I am in despair.
Why then thou art damned. Go home, and throw thyself into thine hell. It is the next way to the other.
I hope your worship is not displeased.
What dost do here? A tailor without faith? Dost come to take measure of ours?
No, I come to speak with one Master Jolly, a courtier, a very fine-spoken gentleman and a just counter, but one of the worst paymasters in the world.
As thou lovest me, let's keep him here till he comes, and make him valiant with sack, that he may urge him till he beats him. We shall have the sport, and be revenged upon the rogue for dunning a gentleman in a tavern.
Aside.
I'll charge him. Here, drink, poor fellow, and stay in the next room till he comes.
I thank your worship, but I'm fasting, and if it please your worship to call for a dozen of manchets, that I may eat a crust first, then I'll be bold with a glass of your sack.
Here, here, drink. In the meantime, fetch him some bread.
Will your worship have me drink all this vessel of sack?
Yes, yes, off with it. 'Twill do you no harm.
The tailor drinks.
Why do you not take some order with that Jolly to make him pay thee?
I have petitioned him often, but can do no good.
A pox upon him! Petition him! His heart is hardened to ill. Threaten to arrest him. Nothing but a sergeant can touch his conscience.
Truly, gentlemen, I have reason to be angry, for he uses me ill when I ask him for my money.
Jolly, speaking within.
Where is Master Wild and Master Careless?
I hear his voice.
Let the coach stay. How now? Who would he speak with?
Enter Jolly.
Do not you know?
Yes, and be you judge, if the rogue does not suffer deservedly. I have bid him any time this 12-month but send his wife. I'll pay her, and the rogue replies, nobody shall lie with his wife but himself.
Nay, if you be such a one.
No more they shall not. I am but a poor man.
By this hand he's drunk.
Nay, then I arrest you in my own name, at his Majesty's suit.
As I live, thou shalt not beat him.
beat him, I'll kiss him, I'll pay him, and carry him about with me, and be at the charge of sack to keep him in the humour.
He hugs the quart pot.
Help, rescue! I'll have his body, no bail shall serve.
Enter drawer.
Sir, yonder is a gentleman would speak with you. I do not like his followers.
What are they? Bailiffs?
Little better.
Send him up alone, and stand you ready at the stairs' feet.
How can that be?
It is the scrivener at the corner. Pick a quarrel with him for coming into our company. The drawers will be armed behind them, and we will so rout the rascals. Take your swords and let him sleep.
What, scrivener?
Crop the brownest, he that the ballad was made on.
What ballad?
Have you not heard of the scrivener's wife, that brought the blackamoor from the Holy Land, and made him a brownist, and in pure charity lay with him, and was delivered of a magpie, a pied prophet, which when the elect saw, they prophesied, if it lived, 'twould prove a great enemy to their sect. For the midwife cried out, 'twas born a bishop, with tippet and white sleeves. At which the zealous mother cried, down with the idol. So the midwife and she, in pure devotion, killed it.
Killed it? What became of them?
Why, they were taken and condemned, and suffered under a Catholic sheriff, that afflicted them with the litany all the way from Newgate to the gallows, which in roguery he made to be set up altarwise too, and hanged them without a psalm.
But how took they that breach of privilege?
I know not. Gregory turned them off, and so they descended and became brown martyrs.
And is the husband at Dawn now?
Yes, yes, but he is married again to a rich widow at Wapping, a wench of another temper, one that you cannot please better than by abusing him. I always pick quarrels with him, that she may reconcile us. The piece is always worth the dinner at least. Hark, I hear him.
Enter Crop.
Save you, Master Crop. You are come in the nick to pledge your health.
No, sir. I have other business. Shall I be paid my money or no?
Jolly drinks.
Yes.
Sir?
You asked whether you should be paid money or no, and I said yes.
Pray, sir, be plain.
And be you so, sir? How durst you come into this room and company without leave?
Sir, I have come into good lord's company ere now.
It may be so, but you shall either fall upon your knees and pledge his health, or you come no more into lords' companies. No, by these hilts.
They tug him and make him kneel.
'Tis idolatry. Do martyr me. I will not kneel, nor join in sin with the wicked.
Either kneel, or I'll tear thy cloak, which, by the age and looks, may be that which was writ for in the time of the primitive church.
Pay me, and I'll wear a better. It would be honestlier done than to abuse this, and profane the text. A text that shows your bishops in those days wore no lawn sleeves, and you may be ashamed to protect one that will not pay his debts. The cries of the widow will come against you for it.
Remember, sirrah, the dinners and suppers, fat venison and good words, it was fain to give you, christening your children still by the way of brokage. Count that charge, and how often I have kept you from fining for sheriff, and thou art in my debt. Then I am damned for speaking well of thee so often against my conscience, which you never consider.
I am an honest man, sir.
Then ushering your wife and Mistress Ugly, her daughter, to plays and masques at court. You think these courtesies deserve nothing in the 100. 'Tis true, they made room for themselves with their dagger elbows, and when Spider, your daughter, laid about her with her breath, the devil would not have sat near her.
You did not borrow my money with this language.
No, sirrah. Then I was fain to flatter you, and endure the familiarity of your family, and hear, nay fain sometimes to join in, the lying praises of the holy sister that expired at Tyburn.
Do abuse her, and be cursed. 'Tis well known she died a martyr, and her blood will be upon some of you. 'Tis her orphan's money I require, and this is the last time I'll ask it. I'll find a way to get it.
He offers to go, and Jolly stays him.
Art serious? By that light I'll consent, and take it for an infinite obligation, if thou wilt teach the rest of my creditors that trick. 'Twill save me a world of labour, for hang me if I know how to do it.
Well, sir, since I see your resolution, I shall make it my business.
By thee, let's be rid of this fool.
Fool! Let him pay the fool his money, and he'll be gone.
No, sir, not a farthing. 'Twas my business to borrow it, and it shall be yours to get it in again. Nay, by this hand I'll be feasted too, and have good words. Nay, thou shalt lend me more, ere thou gettest this again.
I'll lay my action upon you.
Your action? You rogue, lay to.
They kick him and thrust him out of the room.
Lay 3 for battery. What have we here? A she-creditor too? Who would she speak with?
Enter Faithful. Wild and Careless return and meet her.
She looks as if she had trusted in her time.
Would you speak with any here, old gentlewoman?
My business is to Master Jolly.
From yourself, or are you but a messenger?
My business, sir, is from a lady.
From a lady? From what lady, pray? Why so coy?
From a lady in the town.
Ho, ho, ho! From a lady in the town, is it possible? I should have guessed you came from a lady in the suburbs, or some country madam by your riding face.
Enter Jolly again.
I think we have routed the rascals. Faithful, what makes thy gravity in a tavern?
Sport, it seems, for your saucy companions.
Ho, ho, Mull, ho! No fury, Faithful.
'Tis well, sir. My lady presents her service to you, and has sent you a letter. There's my business.
Prithee, who is her lady?
The Lady Loveall.
Oh, does she serve that old lady? God help her.
God help her. Pray for yourself, sir. My lady scorns your prayers.
Faithful, come hither. Prithee, is thy lady drunk?
Drunk, sir?
Ay, drunk or mad. She never writ this else. She requires me here to send back by you the pearl she gave me this morning, which, sure, she'd never do if she were sober. For, you know, I earned them hard.
I know. What do I know? You will not defame my lady, will you?
By no means. This is by way of counsel. Fie, give a thing and take a thing. If he did not perform, he shall come at night and pay his scores.
'Tis well, sir. Is this your return for my lady's favours? Shall I have the pearl, sir?
No, and tell her 'tis the opinion of us all, he that opens her stinking oyster is worthy of the pearl.
You are a foul-mouthed fellow, sir, and I shall live to see you load a gallows when my lady shall find the way to her own again.
If she miss, there are divers can direct her, you know. Adieu, Faithful. Do you hear? Steal privately down by the back door, lest some knavish boy spy thee, and call thine age bored.
Exit Faithful.
Prithee, who is this thing?
'Tis my lady's waiting woman, her board, her she-confessor, herself at second hand. Her beginning was simple and below stairs, till her lady finding her to be a likely promising board, secret as the key at her girdle, obedient as her thoughts, those virtues raised her from the flat petticoat and kercher to the gorget and bum-roll. And I remember 'twas good sport at first to see the wench perplexed with her metamorphosis. She since has been in love with all the family, and now sighs after the Levite, and if he forsake her too, I prophesy a waiting woman's curse will fall upon her, to die old, despised, poor, and out of fashion.
Enter Captain.
Why do you not hang out a painted cloth, and take 2 pence apiece, and let in all the tame fools at door, those sons of wonder that now gape, and think you mad?
'Tis no matter what they think, madness is proper here. Are not taverns, Bacchus's temples, the places of madness? Does not the sign of madness hang out at the door?
While we within possess our joys and cups, as full of pleasure as weeping Niobe's afflicted eyes were swelled with grief and tears, blessing on the cause that made our joys thus complete. For see Plutus in our pockets, Mars by our sides, Bacchus in our heads, self-love in our hearts, and change of virgins in our arms, beauties whose eyes and hearts speak love and welcome, no rigid thinkers, no niggard beauties, that maliciously rake up their fire in green sickness to preserve a spark, that shall flame only in some dull day of marriage. Let such swear and forswear till, of the whole parish, they love each other least, whilst we wisely set out our cobwebs in the most perspicuous places to catch these foolish flies.
He is in the right. Dost think we retreated hither to beat a bargain for a score of sheep, or dispute the legality of votes, and weigh the power of prerogative in Parliament, and club for concluding sack, and read the fathers here, till we grow costive, like those that have worn their suffering elbows bare, to find a knowledge to perplex 'em? A pox on such brain-breaking thoughts, avoid them, and take me into my hand a glass of eternal sack, and prophesy the restoration of senses and the fall of a lover from grace, which our dear friend Master Jolly will prove, to whom the lady love all. By faithful lately departed, sent for the pearl you wot of.
But I hope he had the grace to keep them.
No, no. I'm a fool.
Was not my boy here?
No, we saw him not.
A pox of the rogue, he's grown so lazy.
Your boy has come in just now, and called for the key of the back door. There's women with him.
Oh, that's well. 'Tis wanton. I sent for her to laugh over the story of the old lady and her pair.
Enter boy.
Where have you been all this while, Sirrah?
I could overtake the coach, sir, no sooner.
The coach? What coach?
The Lady Lovel's.
The Lady Lovel's? Why, what had you to do with her coach?
I went to give her the letter your worship sent her.
The letter? What letter?
That your worship gave me.
That I writ at Ned's house to wanton?
The letter you gave me, sir, was directed to the Lady Lovel, and she stormed like a madwoman at reading of it.
The captain threatens to beat him.
Why, thou wilt not beat the boy for thy own fault? What letter was it?
'Twas enough, only a relation of the pair, wherein she finds herself sufficiently abused to wanton.
Now, gentlemen, you have two to laugh at.
A pox of fooling! Let's resolve what to do. There's no denying, for she has all the particulars under my hand.
You must resolve of something, for she's coming, and stayed only till the back door was opened.
How did she know I was here?
Your worship bade me tell her you would stay here for her.
How came this mistake?
Why, the devil owed us a shame, it seems. You know, I went home to give Wanton an account how we advance in our design, and when I was writing the superscription, I remember the boy came in and told me the Lady Lovel passed by.
And so it seems you, in pure mistake, directed your letter to her.
Well, resolve what you'll do with her when she comes.
Faith, bear it like men. 'Tis only an old lady lost. Let's resolve to defy her, we're sure of our pair. But lest we prolong the war, take the first occasion you can, all to avoid the room. When she's alone, I'll try whether she'll listen to a composition.
Have you no friends in the close committee?
Yes, I am an Essex man.
Then get some of them to move. It may be voted no letter.
Aye. And after 'tis voted no letter, then vote it false, scandalous, and illegal, and that is in it. They have a precedent for it in the Danish packet, which they took from a foolish fellow, who, presuming upon the law of nations, came upon embassy to the king without an order or pass from both houses.
Hark! I hear her coming.
Enter Lovall and Faithful.
Sir, I received a letter, but by what accident I know not, for I believe it was not intended to me, though the contents concern me.
Madam, 'tis too late to deny it. Is it peace or war you bring? Without dispute, if war, I hang out my defiance. If peace, I yield my weapon into your hands.
Are you all unworthy? Your whole sex falsehood. It's not possible to oblige a man to be loyal. This is such a treachery no age can match. Apply yourself with youth and wit to gain a lady's love and friendship, only to betray it. Was it not enough you commanded my fortune, but you must wreck my honour too, and instead of being grateful for that charity which still assisted your wants, strive to pay me with injuries, and attempt to make the world believe I pay to lose my fame, and then make me the scorned subject of your whore's mirth. Base and unworthy!
He smiles.
Do you smile, false one? I shall find a time for you too, and my vengeance shall find you all.
Yes, sir, and you that had such ready wit to proclaim my lady whore, and me bawd, I hope to see you low the gallows for it.
Once again, is it peace or war?
Peace. I'll have thy blood first, dog. Where's my pearl?
She speaks to Wilde.
You ought to write me, sir, in this particular. It was to you I sent them.
Madam, I sent not for them.
No more words. I have them, I earned them, and you paid them.
You are a foul-mouthed fellow, sir.
Peace, wench. I scorn their slander. It cannot shake my honour. 'Tis too weighty and too fixed for their calumny.
I'll be sworn for my part on it. I think it is a great honour. I am sure I had as much as I could carry away in 10 nights, and yet there was no miss on it.
You, I think so. There's no mark of my work, you see, and yet I came after thee, and brought away loads would have sunk a Sedan man.
By this relation she should be a woman of a great fame.
Let that consideration with her condition and her age move some reverence, at least to what she was. Madam, I am sorry I cannot serve you in this particular.
Exeunt, jolly and careless.
I see all your mean baseness. Pursue your scorn. Come, let's go, wench. I shall find some to write my fame. And though I have lost my opinion, I have gained a knowledge how to distinguish of love hereafter. And I shall scorn you and all your sex, that have not soul enough to value a noble friendship.
Pray, madam, let me speak with you.
We'll have no whispering. I said it, and I'll maintain it with my sword.
Enter Drawer.
Sir, there's one without would speak with you.
With me?
No, sir, with Master Wilde.
Madam, I'll wait upon you presently.
Exit Wilde.
Madam, I know my company is displeasing to you, therefore I'll take my leave. Drawer, show me another room.
The captain makes a turn or two. They look at each other, then he goes out.
Oh, faithful, faithful! I am most miserably abused, and can find no way to my revenge.
Madam, I'll give them ratsbane, and speedily too, ere they can tell. For that rascal the captain has a tongue, else will proclaim you, and undo your fame forever.
Ay, my fame, faithful. And if it were not for mine honour, which I have kept unstained to this minute, I would not care.
This it is. You will set your affection upon every young thing. I could but tell you on it.
Who could have suspected they would have been so false in their loves to me, that have been so faithful to them?
Enter Drawer.
Honest friend, where is Master Wilde?
The other gentlemen carried him away with them.
Are they all gone then?
Yes, by this hand. These gentlemen are quickly satisfied. What an ugly whore they have got, how she states it.
Aside.
Come, let's go, wench.
She offers to go.
Mistress, who pays the reckoning?
What says he?
He asked me who pays the reckoning.
Who pays the reckoning? Why, what have we to do with the reckoning?
Shut the door, Dick.
To Lovall.
We'll have the reckoning before you go.
Why, good man Saucebox, you will not make my lady pay for their reckoning, will you?
My lady, a pox of her title! She'd need of something to make her pass.
What do you say, sir?
I say the gentlemen paid well for their sport, and I know no reason why we should lose our reckoning.
What do you take me for, my friend?
In troth, I take you for nothing, but I would be loath to take you for that use I think they make shift with you for.
Madam, this is that rascally captain's plot.
Patience, patience! Oh, for a bite at the slave's heart! Friend, mistake me not. My name is Lovell, a lady. Send one along with me, and you shall have your money.
You must pardon me, madame. I am but a servant. If you be a lady, pray sit in an inner room, and send home your woman for the money. The sum is £6, and be pleased to remember the waiters.
Go, faithful, go fetch the money. Oh, revenge, revenge! Shall I lose mine honour and have no revenge?
Exeunt omnes. Act 4, Scene 1. Enter Wanton, Captain, careless and wild.
By all that the longing bride hopes for, which I am not, I am better pleased with this revenge than mine own plot, which takes as I could wish. I have so anointed my high priest with sack, that he would have confuted Baal's priest, and now he doth so slumber in his ale, and calls to bed already, swears the sun is set.
Faith, wench, her abusing of me made me leave her for the reckoning.
Yes, Faith, they have treated her up sea-war, lain with her, told and then pawned her.
Yes, yes, you are fine things. I wonder women can enjoy you. For me, I expect you worse, and am armed for't.
Faith, let's send and release her. The jest has gone far enough. As I live, I pity her.
Pity her! Hang her, and rid the country of her. She's a thing wears out her limbs as fast as her clothes, one that never goes to bed at all, nor sleeps in a whole skin, but is taken to pieces like a motion, as if she were too long. She should be hanged for offering to be a whore.
As I live, she's in the right. I peeped once to see what she did before she went to bed. By this light her maids were dissecting her, and when they had done, they brought some of her to bed, and the rest they either pinned or hung up. And so she lay dismembered till morning, in which time her chamber was strewed all over like an anatomy school.
And when she travels anywhere, she is transported with as great a care and fear of spoiling as a juggler's motion, when he removes from fair to fair.
She is a right broken gamester who, though she lacks wherewithal to play, yet loves to be looking on.
Enter Wanton's maid.
He is awake, and calls for you impatiently. He would fain be in bed. The company is all gone.
Are you instructed?
Let me alone. I'll warrant you for my part.
Farewell, then, you are all ready. Who plays Master Constable?
I, and Ned Jolly the Sumner.
Farewell, farewell, then.
Exit Wanton and Bawd.
It is a delicate wench.
She has excellent flesh and a fine face. By this light we must depose the captain from his reign here.
They whisper this.
I like her shrewdly. I hate a wench that is all whore and no company. This is a comedy all day, and a fair at night.
I hope to exalt the parson's horn here.
And what think you? Is it not a sweet sin, this lying with another man's wife?
Is Jolly come?
Wanton above.
No, but he'll be here instantly.
Is he abed?
Yes, yes, and he sleeps as if he had been put to bed by his sexton, with dust to dust, and ashes to ashes.
And we'll wake him with that shall be as terrible to him as the latter day.
Let him sleep a while, that he may be fresh, else the jest is spoiled, for it is his sense of his disgrace must work my ends.
I'll go home then, and get supper ready and expect you.
Do, our scene lies here.
Enter Jolly.
Who's there? Jolly?
Yes.
Are you fitted?
Yes. I have got the Blackfriars music. I was fain to stay till the last act. And who do you think I saw there?
I know not.
Guess.
Prithee, I cannot guess.
Your aunt and Mistress Pleasant and trusty Secret.
What, man?
The lovers only, so close in a box.
It will be a match, and there's an end. Prithee, let them go to it. What is to us? Let's mind our business now and think on them hereafter.
A pox upon them for a couple of stock-hounds! Have they killed at last? Why, this is a fool's fortune. It would be long enough ere one that has wit got such a wife.
No more of this now. Have you borrowed the watchmen's coats?
Yes, and bills, beards, and constable's staff and lantern, and let me alone to fit him for the Sumner. But when this is done, I expect my fee, a tithe night at least. Wanton, I will lie with thee for thy roguery. What, are you dumb? You will not refuse me, I hope.
Not if I thought you desired it, but I hate to have it desired indifferently, and but so done neither when 'tis done.
I hope you will not disgrace my work, will you?
Faith, they say, thy pleasure lies in thy tongue, and therefore, though I do not give thee leave to lie with me, yet I give thee as good a thing that will please thee as well.
Some such roguery I expected.
No, faith, I am serious, and because I will please you both, Master Wilde shall lie here, and you shall have leave to say you do, which will please you as well.
Faith, and my part is some pleasure, else I have loved, enjoyed, and told is mistook.
Ay, but never to love, seldom enjoy, and always tell. Pho! It stinks and stains worse than Shoreditch dirt, and women hate and dread men for it. Why, I, that am a whore professed, cannot see youth digest it, though it be my profit and interest. For to be a private whore in this town starves in the nest like young birds, when the old one's killed.
Excellent girl, 'tis too true. Jolly, your tongue has kept many a woman honest.
Fate, 'tis a truth. This I shall say, you may all better your pleasures by, if you will observe it. I dare say, the fare of telling keeps more women honest than bridewell hemp, and were you wise men and true lovers of liberty, now were the time to bring wenching to that perfection no age could ever have hoped. Now you may sow such seed of pleasure, you may be prayed for hereafter. Now, in this age of zeal and ignorance, would I have you four, in old clothes and demure locks, present a petition to both houses, and say you are men touched in conscience for your share in that wickedness which is known to their worships by the pleasures of adultery, and desire it may be death, and that a law may be passed to that purpose. How the women will pray for you, and that their own charges rear statues in memory of their benefactors. The young and kind would then haunt your chambers, pray and present you, and court a sanguine youth for the sweet sin secured by such a law. None would lose an occasion, nor churlishly oppose kind nature, nor refuse to listen to her summons, when youth and passion calls for those forbidden sweets. When such security as your lives are at stake, who would fare to trust? With this law all oaths and protestations are cancelled. Letters and boards would grow useless too. By instinct the kind will find the kind, and, having one nature, be of one mind. Now we lose an age to observe and know a man's humour, ere we dare trust him. But get this law, then 'tis, like and enjoy. And whereas now, with expense of time and fortune, you may glean some one mistress among your neighbours' wives, you shall reap women whole armfuls, as in the common field. There is one small town, wise only in this law, and I have heard them say that know it well. There has been but one execution this 100 years, yet the same party searched 7 years, and could not find an honest woman in the town.
An excellent plot. That's about it. Ink and paper, dear Wanton. We will draw the petition presently.
Will Master Jolly consent too? You must not then. As soon as a handsome woman is named, smile and stroke your beard. Tell him that is next to you, you have lain with her. Such a lie is dangerous as a truth, and 'twere but justice to have thee hanged for a sin thou never committedst, for having defamed so many women.
If all those liars were hanged, I believe the scale would weigh down with the guilty.
One rogue, hanged for example, would make 1,000 kind girls. If you take, it shall be called my law, Wanton's law. Then we may go in petticoats again, for women grew imperious, and wore the breeches only to fright the poor cuckolds, and make the fools digest their horns. Are you all ready? Shall I open the door?
Yes.
I'll expect you at my house.
Exit Wilde one way, and the rest of the company another.
We'll
come. So knock louder.
They knock within, and the parson discovered in his bed, and the bawd with him.
Who's there? What would you have?
Here's his Majesty's watch, and Master Constable's worship must come in. We have a warrant from the Lord to search for a delinquent.
You come not here. I'll answer your warrant tomorrow.
Break open the door.
I would you durst.
Lord dear, what shall we do?
Why, sweet, I'll warrant you. Art thou not my wife, my rib, bone of my bone? I'll suffer anything ere one hair of thee shall be touched.
Hark, they break open the door.
They dare not. Why dost thou tremble so? Alas, sweet innocence, how it shakes!
Break open the door.
I'll complain to the bishop of this insolence.
They come, lamb.
No matter, sweet. They dare not touch thee. What would you have, Master Constable? You are very rude.
He delivers the warrant.
Read our warrant, and our business will excuse us. Do you know any such person as you find there?
Yes, sir, but not by this name. Such a woman is my wife, and no Linda brides. We were married today, and I'll justify her my wife the next court day. You have your answer, and may be gone.
We must take no notice of such excuses now. If she be your wife, make it appear in court, and she will be delivered unto you.
If she be my wife? Sir, I have wedded her and bedded her. What other ceremonies would you have? Be not afraid, sweetheart.
Sir, we can do no less than execute our warrant. We are but servants. And, Master Constable, I charge you in the King's name to do your duty. Behold the body of the delinquent.
Touch her that dares. I'll put my dagger in him.
He takes the dagger.
Fear nothing, sweetheart. Master Constable, you'll repent this insolence offered to a man of my coat.
Help, my dearest, will you let me be haled thus?
Here they strive to take her out.
Villains, what will you do? Murder, rape.
Yes, 'tis likely. I look like a ravisher.
Hold him, and we'll do well enough with her.
As they go to pull her out of the bed, they discover the bawd. When they let him go, he turns to her and holds her in his arms.
What have we here, an old woman?
Let me go, slaves and murderers!
Let him go.
Do any of you know this woman? This is not she we looked for.
No, rascal, that mistake shall not excuse you.
It is old Goodman. What do you call him? His wife.
Hold the candle, and let's see her face.
When they hold the candle, she lies in his bosom, and his arms about her. She must be as nastily dressed as they can dress her. When he sees her, he falls into a maze, and shoves her from him.
What have we here? Adultery? Take them both. Here will be new matter.
Master Constable, a little argument will persuade you to believe I am grossly abused. Sure, this does not look like a peace that a man would sin to enjoy. Let that then move your pity and care of my reputation. Consider my calling, and do not bring me to a public shame for what you're sure I am not guilty of, but by plot of some villains.
Dear, will you disclaim me now?
Oh, impudence!
Master Constable, do your duty. Take them both away, as you will answer it.
Give him his cassock to cover him.
They put on his cassock and her coat, and lead them away.
Why, gentlemen, whither will you carry me?
To the next justice. I think it is Master Wild. He is newly come from travel. It will be a good way, neighbours, to express our respects to him.
No, faith, gentlemen, e'en go the next way to Tyburn, and dispatch the business without ceremony, for you'll utterly disgrace me. This is that damned captain. My wife is abroad too. I fear she is off the plot.
Come, away with them.
Whither will they lead us, dear?
Oh, impudence! Gentlemen, do not lead us together, I beseech you.
Come, lead them together. No ceremonies. Your faults are both alike.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 2. Enter Wanton and Wild.
You had best brag now, and use me like my lady what-d'ye-call, but if you do, I cannot.
Come, y' are a fool. I'll be a faithful friend, and make good conditions for thee before thy husband be quit.
Wilde sits down with Wanton in his lap.
You must do it now or never.
Hark, hark, I hear them. What's the news?
Enter Captain, Jolly, Watch, Baud, and Parson.
We have brought a couple of delinquents before your worship. They have committed a very foul fault.
And we have brought the fault along too, that your worship may see it. You will be the better able to judge of the offenders.
Ha! What do I see? My wife in Master Justice's lap.
What has the poor fellow done?
Why, madam, he has been taken in bed with this woman, another man's wife.
In bed with her, and do you raise him to punish him? Master Constable, if you would afflict him, command them to lie together again. Is not the man mad?
This is fine roguery. I find who rules the roost.
Well, to the business. You say he was taken in bed with another man's wife.
Yes, and like your worship.
Make his mittimus to the hole at Newgate.
Sure, I have seen this fellow's face. Friend, have I never seen your face before?
If I mistake not, I have seen one very like your ladyship's too. She was a captain's cast whore in the town. I shall have a time to be revenged.
How now, sirrah? Are you threatening? Away with him.
I'll fetch a stronger watch, sir, and return presently.
Do, Master Constable, and give the poor woman something and set her free, for I dare say 'twas his wickedness. She looks like one that ne'er thought on such a thing.
God bless your worship, I am innocent. He never left making love till I consented.
Enter Captain in his own shape.
Oh, miserable, miserable.
How now, what's the news here? My honoured friend and Master Parson, what makes you here at this time of night? Why, I should have thought this a time to have envied you for your fair bride's embraces. Do you give these favours? Are these your bride laces? It's a new way.
Plays with the cord that binds his arms.
Is it new to you?
How now, Captain?
Wanton, is this your plot to endear your husband to you?
No, 'tis thy plot, poor beaten captain, but I shall be revenged.
Yes, faith, it was my plot, and I glory in it. To undermine my Machiavel, which so greedily swallowed that sweet bait that had his hook.
'Tis well.
But my anger ends not here. Remember the base language you gave me. Son of 1,000 fathers, captain of a tame band, and one that got my living by the Longstaff speeches, for which and thy former treacheries I'll ruin thee, slave. I'll have no more mercy on thee than old women on blind puppies. I'll bring you to your commendations in Latin epistles again, nor leave thee anything to live on. No, not bread, but what thou earnest by raking gentlewomen's names in anagrams. And, Master Justice, if ever you'll oblige me, stand to me now, that I may procure the whipping of him from the reverend bench.
I am undone.
I can do nothing but justice. You must excuse me. I shall only make it appear how fit it is to punish this kind of sin in that coat in time, and to crush such serpents in the shells.
Mercy, oh, mercy!
Officers, away with him.
They pull him away.
No mercy?
Yes, upon conditions. There may be some mercy.
The parson looks very dejected.
And these they are. Let the watch stay in the other room.
Exit Watch.
First, your wife shall have her liberty, and you yours, as she reports of you. And when you bring her with you, you shall be welcome. Then you shall not be jealous. That's another point.
That he shall have a cure for.
Yes, yes, I'll apply something to his eyes, shall cure him of his doubts.
Then you shall ask the captain pardon, and your wife. To him you shall allow half your parsonage to maintain her. The deeds are ready within. If you'll sign them, and deliver your wife to our use, she shall discharge you.
I submit, sir, but I hope your worship will desire no witness to the use of my wife. The Sumner and the watch too, I hope your worship will enjoin them silence.
You shall not need to fear. I'll have a care of your credit. Call in the watch. Do you know these faces?
She discovers them.
Ha! Abused!
Nay, no flinching. If you do, I betake me to Master Sumner again.
And I become severe Master Constable in a trice.
No, I submit, and I hope we are all friends. I'm sure I have the hardest part to forgive.
And I, before all this company, promise to forget and forgive thee, and am content to take thee again for my dear and mortal husband, now you are tame. But you must see you do so no more, and give yourself to be blind when it is not fit for you to see, and practise to be deaf, and learn to sleep in time, and find business to call you away, when gentlemen come that would be private.
Why, so now things are as they should be, and when you will obey, you shall command. But when you would be imperious, then I betake me to my constable's staff till you subscribe, sedunt ad me stoge. And if it be false Latin, Parson, you must pardon that too.
By this hand I must have my tithe night with thee. Thou art such a wag. Say when. When wilt thou give me leave? Huh?
Never.
Never?
No, never.
D'ye hear? I am none of them that work for charity. Either resolve to pay, or I kick down all my milk again.
What would you have?
Give me leave to lie with you.
No, indeed.
No?
No, but rather than quarrel, as I said before, I will give you leave to say you have lain with me.
I am of the opinion she owes you nothing now. So, Mistress Wanton, take your husband, and to remove all doubts, this night I'll be at the charge of a wedding supper.
This is better than Newgate Hall yet. Bridewell hemp, brown bread, and whipcord.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 3. Enter the widow and Mistress Pleasant, Master Sad, and Master Constant.
By my troth, it was a good play.
And I'm glad I'm come home, for I'm e'en a-weary with this walking. For God's sake, whereabouts does the pleasure of walking lie? I swear I have often sought it till I was weary, and yet I ne'er could find it.
What do these halberds at your door?
A watch at the widow's door.
Halberds? Where?
There, at your lodging.
Friend, what would those watchmen have?
The house is shut up for the sickness this afternoon.
The sickness?
Yes, forsooth. There's a coachman dead, full of the tokens.
Where's the officer?
He's gone to seek the lady of the house and some other company that dined here yesterday, to bring her in, or carry her to the pest house.
What shall we do, niece?
If you please to command our lodging.
It will be too much trouble.
Let's go to Laval's.
Not I, by my faith. It is scarce for our credits to let her come to us.
Why? Is she not?
Faith, madam, her reputation is not good.
But what shall we do, then?
Dare you adventure to oblige us?
Thank you, sir. We'll go to my nephew's at Covent Garden. He may shift among his acquaintance.
It was well thought on. The piazza is hard by, too.
We'll borrow your coach thither, and we'll send it you back again straight.
We'll wait upon you, madam.
This accident troubles me. I am heartily sorry for the poor fellow.
I am sorry too, but pray, aunt, let us not forget ourselves in our grief. I am not ambitious of a red cross upon the door.
Mistress Pleasant is in the right, for if you stay, the officers will put you in.
We shall trouble you, sir, for your coach.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 4. Enter Parson, Captain, Wild, Wanton, Careless, and Jolly.
I am reconciled, and will no longer be an uncharitable churchman. I think this sack is the cooler.
What? Does it make you to see your error?
Yes, and consider my man of war. Nor will I again dispute his letters of marque, nor call them passes for pirates. I am free.
And welcome. Anything but anger is sufferable, and all is jest when you laugh, and I will hug thee, for abusing me with thy eyes in their scabbards, but when you rail with drawn eyes, red and naked, threatening a Levite's second revenge to all that touches your concubine, then I betake me to a dark lantern and a constable's staff, and by help of these fathers whom I cite I prove my text. Women that are kind ought to be free.
But, Captain, is it not lawful for us shepherds to reclaim them?
A mere mistake, for sin, like the sea, may be turned out, but will ne'er grow less. And though you should drain this mistress' stall, yet the whore will find her place, and perhaps overflow some maid, till then honest. And so you prove the author of a new sin, and the defiler of a pure temple. Therefore I say, while you live, let the whore alone, till she wears out. Nor is it safe to vamp them, as you shall find. Read Ball, the first and the second.
No more discourse. Strike up, fiddlers.
See who's that knocks.
A country dance. When they are merry, singing catches and drinking healths, the widow, Mistress Pleasant, and the two lovers knock at the door.
Sir, 'tis Mistress Pleasant and the two gentlemen that dined there to-day.
My aunt and Mistress Pleasant.
What a pox makes them abroad at this time of night?
It may be they have been a-wenching.
Sir, they were upon alighting out of the coach when I came up.
Quickly, Mistress Wanton, you and your husband to bed. There's the key. Master Parson, you know the way to the old chamber, and to it quickly. All is friends now.
Sweetheart, we'll steal away.
The devil on them, they have spoiled our mirth.
Exit Parson.
Jack, get you and your company down the back way into the kitchen, and stay there till we see what this visit means.
Exeunt fiddlers.
Means? What should it mean? Is it nothing but the mischievous nature all honest women are endued with, and naturally given to spoil sport? I wonder what fart blew them hither tonight.
Nay, have a little patience, Captain. You and Master Jolly must sit quietly a while within, till we know the cause.
It is but deferring our mirth for an hour or so.
Sir, here's my lady.
Quickly, remove those things there. Captain, step in there.
Enter Widow, Pleasant, Sad, and Constant.
Nephew, do you not wonder to see me here at this time of night?
I know it is not ordinary, therefore I believe 'tis some design. What is it, Mistress Pleasant? Shall I make one?
As I live, sir, pure necessity. Neither mirth nor kindness hath begot this visit.
What? Is your coach broke?
Faith, nephew, the truth is, the sickness is in my house, and my coachman died since dinner.
The sickness?
Ay, as I live. We have been walking since the play, and when we came home we found the watch at the door and the house shut up.
And a constable gone in search of all those that dined there to-day, with order to furnish us lodgings in the pest-house.
Are you not afraid to receive us?
As I live, the accident troubles me, and I am sorry such a misfortune should beget me this favour, and I could wish myself free from the honour, if the cause were removed too.
As I live, Master Wilde, I must have been forced to have lain with my servant to-night, if you had not received me.
If I thought so, I would carry you out in my arms. I am so much Master Constant's friend.
But are you more his friend than mine, Master Wilde?
No, but I presume by this he has gained so much interest, as he would not be very displeasing to you.
Oh, your humble servant, sir.
If I had had a mind to that lodging, I had ne'er come hither, for when I have a mind to it, I'll marry without dispute, for I fear nobody so much as a husband, and when I can conquer that doubt, I'll marry at a minute's warning.
No dispute now. Can you furnish us with a couple of beds?
Yes, yes.
And have you a woman in the house?
My sister's maid is here.
Madam, if you resolve to do us this honour, you shall find clean linen, and your beds quickly ready.
But where will my nephew and you, sir, lie to-night?
Oh, madam, we have acquaintance enough in the town.
Well, sir, we'll accept this courtesy, and when you come into Suffolk, you shall command my house.
Prithee call Bess, and bid her bring sheets to make the bed. I'll go and fetch in a pallet. 'Tis as good a bed as the other, and if you will stay the removing, we'll set up a bedstead.
No, a pallet, pray. But what shall we do for night clothes, aunt?
Why, what are those you bought, my sister?
Is not that linen gone yet?
No, faith, madam, his man forgot it, till the carriers were gone last week.
Will that serve?
Yes, yes. Pray do us the favour to let us have it. 'Tis but washing of it again.
Nay, it will serve. Discourse no more. I'll fetch the bundle, and prithee fetch the combs and looking-glasses I bought the other day. For other necessaries that want a name, the wench shall furnish you with.
Nay, but where is she, nephew?
I'll call her, if she be not gone to bed. It is an ignorant young thing. I am to send her to my sister's in the country. I have had such ado to put her in the fashion.
What country is she? Prithee, Master Wilde, let's see her.
I'll call her down.
Exit Wilde.
Madam, now we see you are safe. We'll kiss your hands, and wait upon you tomorrow.
It must be early then, sir, for I shall borrow my nephew's coach, and be gone betimes into the country, to take a little fresh air, and prevent the search.
Pray, madam, be pleased to command ours.
No, sir, I humbly thank you. My nephews will hold our company.
Your humble servant, Mistress Pleasant.
Your servant, madam.
Good night, Master Constant.
Sir, you'll excuse us. We have nobody here to light you down.
Madam, I am here your servant as much as those who wear your livery, and this house holds no other. We can be civil, madam, as well as extravagant.
Your humble servant, Master Careless.
Gentlemen, if you'll wait on my lady to her chamber, then I'll wait upon you down.
You oblige us, sir.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 5. Enter Wilde, Captain, Wanton, Parson, and Jolly.
The plague!
The plague, as I live, and all my relation is truth, every syllable. But, Mistress Wanton, now you must play your masterpiece. Be sure to blush, and appear but simple enough, and all is well. Thou wilt pass for as arrant a chambermaid as any in the parish.
New plots?
Let me put on a petticoat and a muffler, and I'll so chambermaid it. And be so diligent with the clean smock and the chamber pot. Now would I give all the shoes in my shop to lie with them both.
Let me alone to fit them. I can make a scurvy curtsey naturally. Remember, I am an Essex woman, if they ask.
Come, come quickly, take those sweetmeats, bring the great cake and knife, and napkins, for they have not supped, and, Captain, make some lemonade, and send it by the boy to my chamber. And do you hear, Jolly, you must stay till we come, for we must lie with you tonight.
We'll stay, but make haste then.
And bring our cloaks and swords out with you.
I will, but be quiet all.
Master Wilde, I hope there is no plot in this.
There's no jealousy, Master Parson. 'Tis all serious, upon my life. Come away with us.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 6. The tiring room. Curtains drawn, and they discourse. His chamber, 2 beds, 2 tables, looking-glasses, night-clothes, waistcoats, sweet bags, sweetmeats, and wine. Wanton dressed like a chambermaid. All above, if the scene can be so ordered. Enter Widow and Mistress Pleasant, Wild and Careless. The widow and Mistress Pleasant salute Wanton.
Faith, aunt, 'tis the first time I have had the honour to see you in my house, and as a stranger I must salute you.
As I live, nephew, I am ashamed to put you to this trouble.
It is an obligation. Mistress Pleasant, I know you have not supped. I pray you, be pleased to taste these sweetmeats. They are of Sal's doing. But I understand not sweetmeats. The wine I'll answer for, and in a word, you are welcome. You are patrona, and we are slaves.
Good rest and a pleasing dream your humble servant wishes you.
Good night, nephew. Good night, Master Careless.
Good night, Master Careless. Your humble servant, Master Wilde.
Exeunt Wild and Careless.
Ay, here our men have some wit. By this good night, had we lain at my servants', we should have found the laced cap and slippers that have been entailed upon the family these 5 descents, advanced upon the cupboard's head instead of the plate.
They sit down to undress them.
They are a couple of the readiest youths, too. How they run and do all things with a thought. I love him for sending his sister's maid. A pretty wench.
Pray, let's go to bed. I am weary.
You will not go to bed with those windows open. Sweetheart, prithee, shut them and bring me hither. Dost understand me? As I live, 'tis a great while since I went to the play.
It has been one of the longest days. A year of them would be an age.
Oh, do you grow weary? You'll break your covenant ere the year go out.
The curtains are closed.
Prithee, shut the windows, and come, pin up my hair.
Scene 7. Enter Wild, Jolly, Careless, Captain, Parson, and fiddlers, and one with a torch, with their cloaks and their swords pulling them on. Enter Wild's man.
See you wait diligently, and let them want nothing they call for. Come, shall we go? 'Tis very late.
But how does Wanton carry it?
They saluted her, and Mistress Pleasant swore you might see the country simplicity in her face.
A pox upon her, crafty gipsy!
Why, art not thou glad to see she can be honest when she will?
I'll show you all a trick for her within these few days, or I'll miss my aim.
Come, let's go.
They all offer to go.
I have a mind to stay till Wanton comes.
Stay a little then, for 'twill not be long ere they be abed.
I hear Wanton's voice.
Enter Wanton.
Are they abed?
Yes, and have so admired you and Master Careless, and abused the lovers. Well, gentlemen, you are the wits of the time, but I might counsel. Well, they might lie alone this night, but it should go hard if I lay not with one of them within a month.
Were they so taken with their logic?
All that can be said, they said. You are the friendliest men, the readiest men, the handsomest men that had wit, and could tell when to be civil, and when to be wild. And Mistress What's-her-name, the younger, asked why Master Wild did not go a-wooing to some rich heir. Upon her conscience, she said, you would speed.
Well, well, there's a time for all things. Come, let's go.
They offer to depart.
Take a light. Good night, Wanton.
Do you hear? Do you hear? Let me speak with you.
They all come back again.
What's the business?
I cannot get hence this night, but your good angels hang at your heels, and if I can't prevail, you shall stay.
What to do?
What to do? Why, I'll be hanged if all this company do not guess.
Prithee, what should we stay for?
For the widow and her niece. Are they worth the watching for a night?
Yes, certainly.
Then take my counsel, and let me give it out you're married. You have new clothes come home this morning, and there's that you spoke of I'll fetch from the tailor's, and here's a parson shall rather give them his living than stay for a license. The fiddlers, too, are ready to salute 'em.
But if they refuse?
Which, upon my conscience, they will.
As you hope, else you are laughed at for missing the widow. Ned, follow my counsel. Appear at her chamber window, in thy shirt, and salute all that passes by. Let me alone to give it out, and invite company, and provide dinner. Then, when the business is known, and I have presented all your friends at court with ribbons, she must consent, or her honour is lost, if you have but the grace to swear it, and keep your own counsel.
By this hand he has reason, and I'll undertake the widow.
It will incense them and precipitate the business, which is in a fair way now. And if they have wit, they must hate us for such a treachery.
If they have wit, they will love you. Beside, if it come to that, we two will swear we saw you married, and the parson shall be sworn he did it. Priest, will you not swear?
Yes, anything. What is it, Captain?
If this jest could do it, yet 'tis base to gain a wife so poorly. She came hither too for sanctuary. It would be an uncivil and an unhospitable thing, and look as if I had not merit enough to get a wife without stealing her from herself. Then 'tis in mine own house.
The better. Nay, now I think on't, why came she hither? How do you know the plague is there? All was well at dinner. I'll be hanged if it be not a plot. The lovers, too, whom you abused at dinner, are joined with them. A trick, a mere trick of wit to abuse us. And tomorrow, when the birds are flown, they'll laugh at you, and say, 2 country ladies put themselves naked into the hands of 3 travelled city wits, and they durst not lay hold on them.
A pox upon these niceties.
If they have not some design upon you, hang me. Why did they talk so freely before me else?
Let's but try. We are not now to begin to make the world talk, nor is it a new thing to them to hear we are mad fellows.
If you get them, are they worth having?
Having? Yes.
If you miss them, the jest is good. Prithee, Ned, let me prevail. 'Tis but a mad trick.
If we would, how shall we get into the chamber?
Let me alone for that. I'll put on my country simplicity, and carry in a chamber pot. Then, under pretence of bolting the back door, I'll open it. And yet I grudge them the sport so honestly, for you wenches make the best husbands. After you are once married, one never sees you.
I warrant thee, wench.
No, faith, I have observed it. They are still the doting's husbands, and then retreat and become justices of the peace, and none so violent upon the bench as they against us poor sinners. Yet I'll do it, for upon my conscience the young gentlewoman will fall upon her back and thank me.
Exit wanton.
Away, go then, and leave your fooling, and in the morning, Ned, get in, and plead naked, with your hands in the bed.
And if they cry, put your lips in their mouth and stop them.
Why, look you have the authority of the church too.
Well, I am now resolved. Go you about your part, and make the report strong.
Andy here, be sure you set the cook at work, that if we miss, we may have a good dinner and good wine to drink down our grief.
Miss, I warrant thee 'twill thrive.
Exit captain.
Nay, if I knock not down the widow, geld me, and come out tomorrow complete, uncle, and salute the company with, you are welcome, gentlemen, and good morrow, nephew Ned.
Uncle Tom, good morrow, Uncle Tom.
Enter wanton.
All's done. The door is open, and there's as still as children's thoughts. 'Tis time you made you ready, which is to put off your breeches, for 'tis almost day. And take my counsel, be sure to offer force enough, the less reason will serve. Especially you, Master Wild, do not put the maid to the pain of saying,
I warrant thee, wench, let me alone.
We'll in and undress us, and come again, for we must go in at the back door.
I'll meet you. Is the captain gone?
Exeunt, wild and careless.
Yes, he's gone.
Come, Master Parson, let us see the cook in readiness. Where are the fiddlers? What will become of our plot? For the coachman, Master Sad, and his friend, will stink of their jest if this thrive.
They've slept all night, on purpose to play all day.
When the ribbons and points come from the exchange, pray see the fiddlers have some. The rogues will play so out of tune all day, else they will spoil the dancing, if the plot do take.
Enter wild and careless in their shirts, with drawers under, nightgowns on, and in slippers.
Let's see them in the chamber first, and then I shall go with some heart about the business. So, creep close and quietly, you know the way. The widow lies in the high bed, and the pallet is next the door.
They kneel at the door to go in. She shakes her coats over them.
Must we creep?
Yes, down upon your knees always, till you get a woman, and then stand up for the cause. Stay, let me shake my smock over you for luck's sake.
Why so? I warrant you I'll thrive.
A pox take you! I'll pare your nails when I get you from this place once.
Sweetheart, off with your shoes.
Aye, with all my heart, there's an old shoe after you. Would I gave all of my shop, the rest were furnished with wives too.
Parson, the sun is rising. Go send in the fiddlers, and set the cook on work. Let him chop soundly.
I have a tice pick at home. I'll even sacrifice it to the wedding.
Exit Parson.
They will find them in good posture. They may take privy marks, if they please, for they said it was so hot they could endure no clothes, and my simplicity was so diligent to lay them naked, and with such twists and turns fastened them to the feet. I'll answer, for they find not a way into them in an hour.
Enter servant and parson.
Why then, they may pull up their smocks and hide their faces.
Master Jolly, there was one without, would speak with you.
Who was it?
It is the lady that talks so well.
They say Indeed, she has an excellent tongue. I would she had changed it for a face. 'Tis she that has been handsome.
Who? Not the postess we met at Master Sad's?
Yes, the same.
Sure she's mad.
Prithee, tell her I am gone to bed.
I have done as well, sir. I told her Mistress Wanton was here, at which, discreetly being touched with the gilt of her face, she threw out a curse or two, and retreated.
Who is this you speak of? I will know who it is.
Why, 'tis she that married the Genoa merchant. They cozened one another.
Who? Peg Driver, Boggle Eyes?
The same, the same.
Why, she is ugly now.
Yes, but I have known her, by this hand, as fine a wench as ever sinned in town or suburbs. When I knew her first, she was the original of all the wainscot chambermaids with brooms and barefoot madams you see sold at Temple Bar and the Exchange.
Ah, thou art a devil. How couldst thou find in thy heart to abuse her so? Thou lovest antiques too. The very memory that she had been handsome should have pleaded something.
Was handsome signifies nothing to me.
But she's a wit, and a wench of an excellent discourse.
And as good company as any's in the town.
Company? For whom? Leather Ears, His Majesty of Newgate Watch? There her story will do well, while they louse themselves.
Well, you are curious now, but the time was when you skipped for a kiss.
Prithee, parson, no more of wit and was handsome, but let us keep to this text.
He kisses Wanton.
And with joy think upon thy little Wanton here, that's kind, soft, sweet, and sound. These are epithets for a mistress, nor is there any elegancy in a woman like it. Give me such a naked scene to study night and day. I care not for her tongue, so her face be good. A whore dressed in verse and set speeches tempts me no more to that sweet sin than the statute of whipping can keep me from it. This thing we talked on, which retains nothing but the name of what she was, is not only poetical in her discourse, but her tears and her love, her health, nay, her pleasure, were all fictions, and had scarce any live flesh about her till I administered.
Indeed, 'tis time she set out, and gave others leave to play. For a reverent whore is an unseemly sight. Besides, it makes the sin malicious, which is but venial else.
Sure, he'll make a case of conscience on't. You should do well, sweetheart, to recommend her case to your brethren that attend the committee of affection, that they may order her to be sound and young again, for the good of the commonwealth.
Act 5, Scene 1. Enter fiddlers, Jolly, and Wanton.
Oh, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, and like your worship.
And did you bid the cook chop lustily and make a noise?
Yes, sir, he's at it.
I hear the captain.
Enter the captain.
Have you brought clothes and ribbons?
Yes, yes, all is ready. Did you hear them squeak yet?
No, by this light. I think 'tis an appointment, and we have been all abused.
Give the fiddlers their rebands and carry the rest in. Mrs. Wanton, you must play my lady's woman to-day, and mince it to all that come, and hold up your head finely when they kiss you, and take heed of swearing when you are angry, and pledging whole cups when they drink to you.
I'll warrant you for my part.
Go, get you in then, and let your husband dip the rosemary.
Is all ready?
All, some of the company are below already. I have so blown it about. One porter is gone to the Exchange to invite Master Wild's merchant to his wedding, and, by the way, to bid 2 or 3 fruiterers to send in fruit for such a wedding, another in my lady's name to Saul's for sweetmeats. I swore at Bradbourne in his shop myself that I wondered he would disappoint Master Wild for his points, and having so long warning, he protested 'twas not his fault, but they were ready, and he would send John with them presently. One of the watermen is gone to the melon garden, and other to Cook's at the Bear for some bottles of his best wine, and thence to Gracious Street to the poulterer's, and all with directions to send in provisions for Master Wild's wedding. And whom should I meet at the door but Apricot Tom and Mary, waiting to speak with her young master. They came to beg that they might serve the feast. I promised them they should, if they would cry it up and down the town to bring company, for Master Wilde was resolved to keep open house.
Why then, here will be witnesses enough.
But who should I meet at the corner of the piazza but Joseph Taylor? He tells me there's a new play at the Friars today, and I have bespoke a box for Master Wilde and his bride.
And did not he wonder to hear he was married?
Yes, but I told him 'twas a match his aunt made for him when he was abroad.
And I have spread it sufficiently at court, by sending to borrow plate for such a wedding.
Enter a servant.
There's half a dozen coachfuls of company lighted. They call for the bride laces and points.
Let the fiddlers play then, and bid God give them joy by the name of my Lady Careless and Mistress Wilde.
Where shall we play, sir?
Come with us, we'll show you the window.
Scene 2. The fiddlers play in the tiring room, and the stage curtains are drawn, and discover a chamber, as it were, with 2 beds, and the ladies asleep in them, Master Wilde being at Mistress Pleasant's bedside, and Master Careless at the widow's. The music awakes the widow.
Niece, Niece Pleasant.
She opens the curtain and calls her. She is under a canopy.
Ha! I hear you, I hear you. What would you have?
Do you not hear the fiddlers?
Yes, yes, but you have waked me from the finest dream.
A dream? What was it? Some knavery?
Why, I know not, but 'twas merry, e'en as pleasing as some sins. Well, I'll lie no more in a man's bed, for fear I lose more than I get.
Hark, that's a new tune.
Yes, and they play it well. This is your janty nephew. I would he had less of the father in him. I'd venture to dream out my dream with him. Oh, my conscience, he's worth a dozen of my dull servant. That's such a troublesome visitant, without any kind of conveniency.
Aye, so are all of that kind. Give me your subject lover. Those you call servants are but troubles, I confess.
What is the difference, pray, betwixt a subject and a servant lover?
Why, one I have absolute power over, the others at large. Your servant lovers are those who take mistresses upon trial, and scarce give them a quarter's warning before they are gone.
Why, what do you subject lovers do? I'm so sleepy.
Do? All things for nothing. Then they are the diligentest and the humblest things a woman can employ. Nay, I have seen some of them tame and run loose about a house. I had one once, by this light. He would fetch and carry, go back, seek out. He would do anything. I think some falconer bred him.
By my troth, I am of your mind.
He would come over for all my friends, but it was the doggedest thing to my enemies. He would sit upon's tail before them, and frown like John o' Napes when the Pope is named. He heard me once praise my little spaniel bitch Smut for waiting, and hang me if I stirred for 7 years after, but I found him lying at my door.
And what became of him?
Faith, when I married, he forsook me. I was advised since that if I were to spit in his mouth sometimes, he would have stayed.
That was cheap, but 'tis no certain way, for 'tis a general opinion that marriage is one of the certainst cures for love that one can apply to a man that is sick of the sighings. Yet, if you were to live about this town still, such a fool would do you a world of service. I'm sure Secret will miss him. He would always take such a care of her. He has saved her 100 walks for hoods and masks.
Yes, and I was certain of the earliest fruits and flowers that the spring afforded.
By my troth, 'twas foolishly done to part with him. A few crumbs of your affections would have satisfied him, poor thing.
Thou art in the right. In this town there's no living without 'em. They do more service in a house for nothing than a pair of those what-do-you-call-'ems, those he-waiting women beasts that custom imposes upon ladies.
Is there none of them to be had now, think you? I'd fain get a tame one to carry down into the country.
Faith, I know but one breed of them about the town that's right, and that's at the court. The lady that has them brings them up all by hand. She breeds some of them from very puppies. There's another wit, too, in the town that has of them, but hers will not do so many tricks. Good, sullen, diligent waiters those are which she breeds, but not half so serviceable.
How does she do it? Is there not a trick in't?
Only patience. But she has a heavy hand with 'em, they say, at first, and many of them miscarry. She governs them with signs, and by the eye, as Banks breeds his horse. There are some, too, that arrive at writing, and those are the right breed, for they commonly betake themselves to poetry, and if you could light on one of them, 'twere worth your money, for 'tis but using of him ill and praising his verses sometimes, and you are sure of him for ever.
But do they never grow surly, aunt?
Not if you keep them from raw flesh, for they are a kind of lion lovers, and if they once taste the sweet of it, they'll turn to their kind.
Lord, aunt, there will be no going without one this summer into the country. Pray, let's inquire for one, either a he one to entertain us, or a she one to tell us the story of her love. 'Tis excellent to bedward, and makes one as drowsy as prayers.
Faith, niece, this Parliament has so destroyed 'em, and the Platonic humour, that 'tis uncertain whether we shall get one or no. Your leading members in the lower house have so cowed the ladies that they have no leisure to breed any of late. Their whole endeavours are spent now in feasting, and winning close committee men, a rugged kind of sullen fellows with implacable stomachs and hard hearts, that make the gay things court and observe them as much as the foolish lovers used to do. Yet I think I know one she-lover, but she is smitten in years of the wrong side of 40. I am certain she is poor too, and in this lean age for courtiers she perhaps would be glad to run this summer in our park.
Dear aunt, let us have her. Has she been famous? Has she good tales, think you, of knights, such as have been false or true to love, no matter which?
She cannot want cause to curse the sex. Handsome, witty, well-born, and poor in court, cannot want the experience how false young men can be. Her beauty has had the highest fame, and those eyes that weep now unpitied have had their envy and a dazzling power.
And that tongue, I warrant you, which now grows hoarse with flattering the great lawbreakers, once gave law to princes. Was it not so, aunt? Lord, shall I die without begetting one story?
Penthesilea, nor all the cloven knights the poets treat of, clad in mightiest petticoats, did her excel for gallant deeds, and with her honour still preserved her freedom. My brother loved her, and I have heard him swear Minerva might have owned her language. An eye like Pallas, Juno's wrists, a Venus for shape, and a mind chaste as Diana, but not so rough, never uncivilly cruel, nor faulty kind to any, no vanity that sees more than lovers pay, nor blind to a gallant passion. Her maxim was, he that could love and tell her so handsomely was better company, but not a better lover than a silent man. Thus all passions found her civility, and she a value from all her lovers. But alas, niece, this was, which is a sad word, was handsome, and was beloved, are abhorred sounds in women's ears.
The fiddlers play again.
Hark! The fiddlers are merry still. Will not Secret have the wit to find us this morning, think you?
Fiddler within.
God give you joy, Master Careless. God give your ladyship joy, my lady wild.
What did the fellow say? God give me joy?
As I live, I think so.
God give you joy, Mistress Pleasant-Wild.
This is my nephew. I smell him in this knavery.
Why did they give me joy by the name of Mistress Wild? I shall pay dear for a night's lodging, if that be so, especially lying alone. By this light there is some knavery afoot.
All the company confused without, and bid God give them joy.
Rise, rise, for shame! The years are for you.
Why, Ned Wild? Why, Tom, will you not rise and let's in? What, is it not enough to steal your wedding overnight, but lock yourselves up in the morning too? Or your friends stay for points here and kisses from the brides?
A little patience. You'll give us leave to dress us.
The women squeak when they speak.
Why, what's o'clock, Captain?
It's late.
Faith, so it was before we slept.
Why, nephew, what means this rudeness? As I live, I'll fall out with you. This is no jest.
No, as I live, aunt, we are in earnest. But my part lies here, and there's a gentleman will do his best to satisfy you.
They catch the women in their arms.
And, sweet Mistress Pleasant, I know you have so much wit as to perceive this business cannot be remedied by denials. Here we are, as you see, naked, and thus have saluted hundreds at the window that passed by, and gave us joy this morning.
Joy? Of what? What do you mean?
Madam, this is visible, and you may coy it, and refuse to call me husband, but I am resolved to call you wife, and such proofs I'll bring as shall not be denied.
Careless kisses the widow.
Promise yourself that. See whether your fine wits can make it good. You will not be uncivil?
Not a hair, but what you give, and that was in the contract before we undertook it. For any man may force a woman's body, but we have laid, we will force your mind.
But that needs not, for we know by your discourse last night and this morning we are men you have no aversion to. And I believe, if we had taken time and wooed hard, this would have come of course. But we had rather win you by wit, because you defied us.
'Tis very well, if it succeed.
And for my part, but for the jest of winning you, and this way, not 10 jointures should have made me marry.
This is a new way of wooing.
'Tis so, madam, but we have not laid our plot so weakly, though it were sudden, to leave it in anybody's power but our own to hinder it.
Do you think so?
We are secure enough, if we can be true to ourselves.
Yet we submit in the midst of our strength, and beg you will not wilfully spoil a good jest by refusing us. By this hand we are both sound, and will be strangely honest, and never in ill humours, but live as merry as the maids, and divide the year between the town and the country. What say you? Is it a match? Your bed is big enough for 2, and my meat will not cost you much. I'll promise nothing but 1 heart, 1 purse betwixt us, and a whole dozen of boys. Is the bargain?
Not if I can hinder it. As I live.
Faith, Mistress Pleasant, he hath spoken nothing but reason, and I'll do my best to make it good. Come, Faith, teach my aunt what to do, and let me strike the bargain upon your lips.
No, sir, not to be half a queen. If we should yield now, your wit would domineer for ever, and still in all disputes, though never so much reason on our side, this shall be urged as an argument of your master wit to confute us. I am of your aunt's mind, sir, and if I can hinder it, it shall be no match.
Why, then know it is not in your powers to prevent it.
Why? We are not married yet.
No, 'tis true.
By this good light, then, I'll be dumb forever hereafter, lest I light upon the words of marriage by chance.
'Tis hard when our own acts cannot be in our own power, gentlemen.
The plot is known only to 4, the minister, and 2 that stood for fathers, and a simple country maid that waited upon you last night, which plays your chambermaid's part.
And what will all these do?
Why, the 2 friends will swear they gave you, the parson will swear he married you, and the wench will swear she put us to bed.
Have you men to swear we are married?
And a parson to swear he did it.
Yes.
And a wench that will swear she put us to bed?
Yes, by this good light, and witness of reputation.
Dare they or you would look us in the face and swear this?
Yes, Faith, and all but those four know no other but really it is so, and you may deny it, but I'll make Master Constable put you to bed with this proof at night.
Pray, let's see these witnesses.
Call in the 4 only.
Exit Careless.
Well, this shall be a warning to me. I say nothing, but if ever I lie from home again,
I'll lie with you.
'tis well. I dare say we are the first women, if 'tis take, that ever were stolen against their wills.
I'll go call the gentleman.
Exit Wild.
I that have refused a fellow that loved me these 7 years, and would have put off his hat, and thanked me to come to bed, to be beaten with watchmen's staves into another's. For by this good light, for aught that I perceive, there's no keeping these out at night.
And unless we consent to be their wives today, Master Justice will make us their whores at night. Oh, oh, what would not I give to come off! Not that I mislike him, but I hate they should get us thus.
Enter Wild, Jolly, Captain, Careless, Parson, Wanton, with rosemary in their hands and points in their hats.
Follow. Will not you two swear we were married last night?
Yes, by this light will we.
Will you not swear you married us?
Yeah, verily.
And come hither, pretty one. Will not you swear you left us all abed last night and pleased?
Yes, forsooth. I'll swear anything your worship shall appoint me.
But, gentlemen, have you no shame, no conscience? Will you swear false for sport?
By this light I'll swear. If it be but to vex you, remember you refuse me.
Aside.
That is contrary to covenants, though, with my brace of lovers. What will they do with their coachman's plot? But 'tis no matter. I have my ends, and so they are cozened. I care not who does it.
In faith, madam, I have sworn many times false to no purpose, and I should take it ill, if it were mine own case, to have a friend refuse me an oath upon such an occasion.
And are you all of one mind?
Verily, we will all swear.
Will you, verily? What shall we do, aunt?
Do you laugh? By this light, I am heartily angry.
Why, as I live, let's marry them, aunt, and be revenged.
Marry? Where's the parson?
Here, here, Master Parson, come and do your office.
That fellow? No, by my troth, let's be honestly joined, for luck's sake. We know not how soon we may part.
What shall we do for a parson? Captain, you must run and fetch one.
Yes, yes, but methinks this might serve turn. By this hand he's a marshal and a case, by sire and dam. Pray try him. By this light he comes of the best preaching kind in Essex.
Not I, as I live. That were a blessing in the devil's name.
A pox on your wedding. Give me my wife, and let me be gone.
Nay, nay, no choler, parson. The ladies do not like the colour of your beard.
No, no, fetch another, and let him escape with that trick. Then they'll jeer your beards blue, i' faith.
By this hand, he's in the right, either this parson, or take one another's words. To bed now, and marry when we rise.
As I live, you come not here till you are married. I have been nobody's whore yet, and I will not begin with my husband.
Will you kiss upon the bargain, and promise before these witnesses not to spoil our jest, but rise and go to church?
And what will Master Constant and Master Sad say?
Why, I'll run and invite them to the wedding, and you shall see them expire in their own garters.
No, no, ne'er fear it. Their jest is only spoiled.
Their jest? What jest?
Faith, now you shall know it, and the whole plot. In the first place, your coachman is well, whose death we, by the help of secret, contrived, thinking by that trick to prevent this danger, and carry you out of town.
But had they this plot?
Yes, faith, and see how it thrives. They'll fret like carted boards when they hear this news.
Why, aunt, would you have thought Master Sad a plotter? Well, 'tis some comfort we have them to laugh at.
Nay, faith, then, gentlemen, give us leave to rise, and I'll take my venture, if it be but for revenge on them.
Gentlemen, bear witness.
Come away, I'll get the point. I'm glad the coachman's well. The rogue had like to have spoiled our comedy.
Exeunt omnes. Scene 3. Enter the Lady Lovall, Master Sad and Constant, undressed, and buttoning themselves as they go.
Married?
And to them,
Ay, married, if you prevent it not. Catched with a trick, an old stale trick. I've seen a ballad on it.
We shall go near to prevent him. Boy, my sword.
Enter Captain.
Whither so fast?
You guess.
If you mean the wedding, you come too late.
why, are they married?
No, but lustily promised.
We may come time enough to be revenged, though.
Upon whom? Yourselves, for you are only guilty. Who carried them thither last night? Who laid the plot for the coachman?
Why, do they know it?
Well, you'll find the poet a rogue. 'Tis he that has betrayed you. And if you'll take my counsel, be revenged upon him.
Nay, we were told he did not love us.
By my life, you wrong him. Upon my knowledge, the poet meant you should have them.
Why, who had the power to hinder, then?
I know not where the fault lies directly. They say the wits of the town would not consent to it. They claim a right in the ladies as orphan wits.
The wits! Hang 'em in their strong lines.
Why, such a clinch as that has undone you, and upon my knowledge 'twere enough to hinder your next match.
Why, what have they to do with us?
I know not what you have done to disoblige them, but they crossed it. There was amongst them too a pair of she-wits, something stricken in years. They grew in fury at the mention of it, and concluded you both with an authority out of a modern author. Besides, 'tis said you run naturally into the sixpenny room and steal sayings, and a discourse more than your pennyworth of jest every term. Why, just now you spit out one jest stolen from a poor play, that has but 2 more in 5 acts. What conscience is there in it, knowing how dear we pay poets for our plays?
'Twas madam with the ill face, one of those whom you refused to salute the other day at Chip's house. A cheesecake had saved all this.
Why do you not make haste about your business, but lose time with this babbler?
Madam, will you give us leave to make use of your coach?
You may command it, sir. When you have done, send him to the exchange, where I'll dispatch a little business, and be with you immediately.
Exeunt all but the Captain.
So this fire is kindled. Put it out that can. What would not I give for a peeper's place at the meeting? I'll make haste, and it shall go hard, but I'll bear my part of the mirth too.
Exit. Scene 4. Enter Widow, Pleasant, Careless, Wild, Parson, Jolly, Wanton, and Secret. The fiddlers play as they come in.
Master Jolly, I find I am naturally inclined to mirth this day, and methinks my corns ache more than my horns, and that to a man that has read Seneca, a cuckold ought to be no grief, especially in this parish, where I see such droves of St. Luke's clothing. There's little Secret too, the ally of waiting woman, makes me hope she may prove metal of the parson's standard. Find a way to rid me of Wanton, and I'll put in to be chaplain to this merry family. If I did not unveil formal secret, you should hang me. I know the trick on't. 'Tis but praying to, and preaching of the waiting woman, then carefully seeing her cushion laid, with her book and leaf turned down, does it, with a few anagrams, acrostics, and her name in the register of my Bible. These charm the soft-souled sinner. Then sometimes to read a piece of my sermon, and tell her a Saturday where my text shall be, spells that work more than philters.
If you can be serious, we'll think of this at leisure. See how they eye Wanton.
What, consulting parson? Let us be judges betwixt you. Do ye hear, Jack? If he offers ready money, I counsel as a friend.
Take it, for by this light, if you refuse it, your wife will not. Do you see those gay petticoats?
Yes, if you mean my wife's.
You know they're his, and she only wears them for his pleasure, and 'tis dangerous to have a wife under another man's petticoats. What if you should find his breeches upon her?
Are you not married too? Take care that yours does not wear the breeches, another kind of danger, but as troublesome as that, or sore eyes. And if she gets but a trick of taking as readily as she's persuaded to give, you may find a horn at home. I have seen a cuckold of your complexion. If he had had as much hoof as horn, you might have hunted the beast by his lot.
How fine she is! And by this light a handsome wench. Master Jolly, I am easier persuaded to be reconciled to your fault than any man's I have seen of this kind. Her eyes have more arguments in 'em than 1,000 of those that seduce the world. Hang me if those quivers be not full of darts. I could kiss that mouth myself. Is this she my aunt quarrelled with you for?
The same, self-same, and by this hand I was barbarous to her for your aunt's sake, and had I not scaped that mischief of matrimony, by this light I had never seen her again, but I was resolved not to quit her till I was sure of a wife, for fear of what has followed. Had I been such an ass to have left her upon the airy hopes of a widow's oaths, what a case had I been in now! You see your aunt's provided of a man, bless him, and send him patience. 'Twould have been fine to have seen me walking, and sighing upon cold hunting, seeking my whore again, or forced to make use of some common mercenary thing, that sells sin and diseases, crimes, penance, and sad repentance together. Here's consolation and satisfaction in wanton, though a man lose his meal with the widow. And faith, be free. How do you like my girl? Rid thee of her. What does she want now, pray, but a jointure, to satisfy any honest man? Speak your conscience, ladies. Don't you think a little repentance hereafter will serve for all the small sins that good nature can act with such a sinner?
Pray, sir, remember she's my wife, and be so civil to us both as to forget these things.
For that, Jack, we'll understand hereafter. 'Tis but a trick of youth, man, and her jest will make us both merry, I warrant thee.
Pray, sir, no more of your jests, nor your Jack. Remember my coat and calling. This familiarity, both with my wife and myself, is not decent. Your clergy with Christian names are scarce held good Christians.
I wonder at nothing so much as Master Jolly's mirth to-day. Where lies his part of the jest? Cozened or refused by all, not a fish that stays in his net.
No. What's this?
Jolly hugs Wanton.
Show me a fairer in all your streams. Nor is this my single joy, who am pleased to find you may be cozened. Rejoice to see you may be brought to lie with a man for a jest. Let me alone to fit you with a trick too.
Faith, it must be some new trick, for thou art so beaten at the old one, 'twill neither please thee nor her. Besides, I mean to teach her that myself.
I shall never be perfectly quiet in my mind till I see somebody as angry as myself. Yet I have some consolation, when I think on the wise plot that killed the coachman. How the plague Red Cross and Halbert has cut their fingers that designed it. Their anger will be perfect. Secret says they are coming, and that the Lady Loveall has given them the alarm.
Enter Sad and Constant.
And see where the parties come, storms and tempests in their minds. Their looks are daggers.
Servant, what, you're melancholy and full of wonder. I see you have met the news.
Yes, madam. We have heard a report that will concern both your judgment and your honour.
Alas, sir, we're innocent. 'Tis mere predestination.
All weddings, Master said, you know, go by chance, like hanging.
And I thank my stars I have escaped hanging. To have been his bride had been both.
This is not like the promise you made us yesterday.
Why, truly, servant, I scarce know what I do yet. The fright of the plague has so possessed my mind with fear that I could think and dream of nothing last night but of a tall black man that came and kissed me in my sleep, and slapped his whip in mine ears. 'Twas a saucy ghost, not unlike my coachman that's dead, and accused you of having a hand in his murder, and vowed to haunt me till I was married. I told my niece the dream.
Nay, the ghost sighed, and accused Secret and Master Sad of making him away. Confess, Faith, had you had a hand in that bloody jest?
Fie, servant! Could you be so cruel as to join with my woman against me?
'Tis well, ladies. Why a pox do you look at me? This was your subtle plot. A pox on your clerk's wit! You said the jest would beget a comedy when 'twas known, and so I believe 'twill.
Madam, I find you have discovered our design, whose chief end was to prevent this mischief, which I doubt not but you'll both live to repent your share of, before you have done travelling to the Epsoms, Bourbon, and the Spas, to cure those travelled diseases these knights errant have with curiosity sought out for you. 'Tis true, they are mischiefs that dwell in pleasant countries, yet those roses have their thorns, and I doubt not but these gentlemen's wit may sting as well as please sometime, and you may find it harder to satisfy their travelled experience than to have suffered our home-bred ignorance.
Hark, if he be not fallen into a fit of his cousin. These names of places he has stolen out of her receipt-book, amongst all whose diseases find me any so dangerous, troublesome, or incurable as a fool, a lean, pale, sighing, coughing fool, that's rich and poor both, being born to an estate without a mind or heart capable to use it, of a nature so miserable he grudges himself meat, nay, they say, he eats his meals twice, a fellow whose breath smells of yesterday's dinner, and stinks as if he had eat all our suppers over again. I would advise you, Master Sad, to sleep with your mouth open to air it, or get the brewer to turn it. For an empty justice that stinks of the lees and casks, and belches Littleton and Plowden's cases. Dost thou think any woman that has wit or honour would kiss that bunghole? By this light his head and belly look as blue and lank as French rabbits or stale poultry. Alas, sir, my lady would have a husband to rejoice with, no green-tailed lecturer to stand sentry at his bedside, while his nasty soul scars through him, sneaking out at the back door. These, sir, are diseases which neither the spore or bath can cure. Your garters and willow are a more certain remedy.
Well, sir, I find our plots betrayed, and we have patience left. 'Tis that damned captain has informed.
Yet 'tis one comfort, madam, that you have missed that man-of-war, that knight of Finsbury. His dowager, with ale and switches, would have bred a ballad.
Faith, sir, you see what a difficulty it is in this age for a woman to live honest, though she have a proper man for her husband. Therefore it behooves us to consider whom we choose.
The lady has reason, for being allowed but one, who would choose such weasels as we see daily married, that are all head and tail, crooked, dirty, sordid vermin, predestined for cuckolds, painted snails with houses on their backs, and horns as big as Dutch cows. Would any woman marry such? Nay, can any woman be honest that lets such hodmendods crawl o'er her virgin breast and belly, or suffer 'em to leave their slimy paths upon their bodies only for jointures? Out, 'tis mercenary and base. The generous heart has only the laws of nature and kindness in her view, and when will she oblige? Friend is all the ties that nature seeks, who can both bear and excuse those kind crimes, and I believe one as poor as the despised captain and neglected courtier may make a woman as happy in a friendship as Master Sad, who has as many faults as we have debts, one whose father had no more credit with nature than ours had with fortune. whose soul wears rags as well as the captain's body.
Nay, then I'll laugh, for I perceive you're angrier than we. Alas, he has lost both ventures, Wanton and the widow.
Both, and neither so unlucky as to be thy wife. Thy face is hanged with blacks already. We may see the bells toll in thy eyes. A bride and a wedding shirt, a sexton and a winding sheet, a scrivener to draw up jointures, a parson to make thy will. Man, by this light he's as chap-fallen as if he had lain under the table all night.
Faith, Master Sad, he's parlously in the right. Ne'er think of marrying in this dull clime. Wedlock's trade you'll ne'er go through with. Wives draw bills upon sight, and 'twill not be for your credit to protest them. Rather follow my counsel, and marry, alla Venetiano, for a night and away. A pistole jointure does it. 'Tis but repenting in the morning, and leave your woman and the sin both in the bed. But if you play the fool like your friends, and marry in serious earnest, you may repent it too, as they do. But where's the remedy?
This is spoken a little aside.
What was it you said, sir? Do you repent?
By this hand, widow, I don't know, but we have pursued a jest a great way. Parson, are you sure we are married?
Yes, I warrant you, for they're escaping.
They're escaping. Fool, thou mistakest me. There's no fear of that. But I would fain know if there be no way for me to get out of this noose, no hole to hide a man's head in from his wedlock.
Not any, but what I presume shall show you anon.
Hum, do now I feel all my fears flowing in upon me. Wanton and Mistress Pleasant both grow dangerously handsome. 1,000 graces in each I never observed before. Now just now, when I must not taste, I begin to long for some of their plums.
Is this serious, sir?
Yes, truly, widow, sadly serious. Is there no way to get 3 or 4 mouthfuls of kisses from the parson's wife?
This is sad, sir, upon my wedding day, to despise me for such a common thing.
As sad as I could wish. This is a jest, makes me laugh. Common. No, madam, that's too bitter. She's forced only where the royal chase is as free as fair.
Were not you a widow today?
Yes, faith, girl, and as foolish a one as ever coach jumbled out of joint.
Stay then till tomorrow, and tell me the difference betwixt us.
I hope thou'lt prove a she-prophet. Could I live to see thee turn honest wife, and she the wanton widow?
I cannot but laugh, to see how easy it is to lose or win the opinion of the world. A little custom heals all, or else what's the difference betwixt a married widow and one of us? Can any woman be pure, or worth the serious sighing of a generous heart, that has had above one hand laid upon her? Is there place to write above one lover's name, with honour in her heart? 'Tis indeed for one a royal palace, but if it admits of more, a hospital or an inn at best, as well as ours, only off from the road and less frequented.
Shrewdly urged.
And though the sins of my family threw me into want, and made me subject to the treachery of that broken faith, to whose perjury I owe all my crimes, yet still I can distinguish betwixt that folly and this honour, which must tell you, he or she that would be thought twice so, was never once a lover.
Parson, thou art fitted. A whore and apothegrams. What sport will she make us, under a tree with a salad and sayings in the summer?
Come, wanton, no fury. You see my aunt's angry.
So am I, sir, and yet can calmly reason this truth. Married widows, though chaste to the law and custom, yet their second hymens make that, which was but dying in the first husband's bed, a stain in the second's sheet, where all their kindness and repeated embraces want their value, because they're sullied, and have lost their lustre.
By this light, I'll go to school to Wanton. She has opened my eyes, and I begin to believe I have scaped miraculously. By this hand, wench, I was within an inch of being married to this danger. For what can we call these second submissions, but a tolerated lawful mercenariness, which, though it be a rude and harsh expression, yet your carriage deserves it?
Fie, Master Sad, Pray leave being witty. I fear 'tis a mortal sin to begin in the 5th act of your days. Upon an old subject, too, abusing of widows because they despise you.
Alas, niece, let him alone. He may come in for his share. The parson, that has so oft received him, will not refuse him tithes there in charity.
That or conveniency, interest or importunity, may by your example prevail. But 'tis not fair play, madam, to turn your lover to the common, as you call it, now he's rid lean in your service. Take heed, Master Careless, and warning, Master Sad. You see how fit for the scavenger's team your lady's leaves her lovers.
Such a lecture! Before I had married, I would have made me have considered of this matter. Dost thou hear, wanton? Let us forgive one another being married, for that folly has made us guilty alike.
And I would fain know the difference betwixt ours and a wedding crime, which is worst, to let love, youth, and good humour betray us to a kindness, or to be gravely seduced by some aunt or uncle, without consideration of the disparity of age, birth, or persons, to lie down before a jointure. Ladies, you may flatter yourself, but the ingenious part of the world cannot deny but such minds, had they been born where our faults are not only tolerated but protected, would have listened to the same things. Interest counsels thereto.
Parson, what boot betwixt our wives? Either come to a price, or draw off your doxy.
Propose, propose. Here will be mirth anon.
Yes, yes, propose, while I break it to your lady. Madam, you see, here's a proper man to be had, and money to boot. What, dumb?
No, she's only thinking. Faith, madam, try 'em both to-night, and choose to-morrow.
Come, no more of this. Aunt, take my word for your husband, that have had more experience of him than all these. 'Tis true he will long for these girls, as children do for plums, and when has done, make a meal upon cheese. And you must not wonder or quarrel at what he says in his humour, but judge him by his actions. And when he is in his fit and raves most, put him into your bed, and fold him close in your arms, aunt. And if he does not rise as kind and as good a husband as he that sings psalms best, hang me, why you're a fool, aunt, a widow, and dislike a longing bridegroom. I thought you had known better. Do you love a spurred horse rather than a ducker that neighs and scrapes? I would not say this, but that I know him. Let him not go out of your sight, for he's now in season, a ripe, mature husband. No delays. If you let him hang longer upon hope, his fruit will fall alone.
You are merry, sir, but if I had known this humour—
You'd have kissed him first, but being ignorant, let me make you blush. Come, a kiss, and all's friends.
She kisses Careless, and he kisses her twice.
How now, sir? Again, again.
Aunt, look to yourself.
By this light, sweetheart, and I thank thee. Nay, widow, there's no jesting with these things.
Kisses her again.
Nay, I'm a lion in my love. Aware, puss, if you flatter me, for I shall deceive you.
Since all are cozened, why should I be troubled at my fortune? Faith, gentlemen, what will you two give for a wife betwixt you?
Faith, they're mischiefs dear bought, though a man get 'em for nothing.
I'm almost of his mind, and if other people find no more pleasure in a married life than I upon my wedding day, I'd pass my time in the piazza with the mountebank, and let him practise upon my teeth, and draw 'em too, ere he persuades the world of matrimony out of my mouth again. Ay, ay, Master Constant, you may laugh, you have missed a wife. But I were in your case, the world should see how cheerfully I could bear such an affliction.
Jack, I hae made my peace at home, and by seeing others shipwrecked will avoid the danger, and here resolve never to sigh again for any woman. Their weeds grow in every hedge, and transplanting of 'em thus to our beds gives certain trouble, seldom pleasure, never profit.
Enter Captain.
See where the enemy comes. Now, if you be wise, arm and unite against him as a common foe. He's come from his old lady, designing a reconciliation. The rogue's provident, and would fain have a nest for his age to rest in. Buff and feathers do well in the youth and heat of 30, but in the winter of old age captain at 60, lame and lean, may lie with the almanac out of date.
The parson's grown witty, and prophesies upon the strength of bride cake. If I guess aright, thou'lt be hanged, for 'tis a truth I have been endeavouring to make it appear her fears were mistaken in me, but I find the witch more implacable than the devil. The waiting woman is harder to forgive for her part than my lady. Faithful will not be reconciled. The merciless bawd is all fire and sword, no quarter. Bless me from an old waiting woman's wrath. She'll never forgive me the disappointing her of a promise when I was drunk. Her lady and she are coming, but in such a fury, I would not have the storm find you out in the street. Therefore I counsel you to avoid the boys, and take shelter in the next house.
No, let's home, and with all diligence get our dinner to defend us, and let the porter dispute it at the wicket, till she signs articles of peace.
Agreed.
Careless is kind to the widow. As he goes out, Wild and Pleasant go together. Jolly and the parson's wife go together.
See how they pair now. 'Tis not 80 year will part 'em, now he has tasted a kiss or two.
Parson, I'll be your bride man.
'Tis well, sir. I shall have my time too.
Ay, by this hand, nay, we'll share fairly.
That's but reason, Wanton, and since he grows tame, use him kindly for my sake.
Can any of you digest sponge and arsenic?
Arsenic? What's that?
An Italian salad, which I'll dress for you, by Jove, where I walk in my canonical coat, lined with horn. Death, if I suffer this, you shall have that damned courtier pluck on his shoes with the parson's musings. Fine, i'faith, none but the small Levite's brow to plant your shoeing horn seed in. How now?
As he is going off, the captain stays him.
Prithee, Jack, stay, and say something to the gentleman by way of epilogue. Thou art a piece of scurvy poet thyself. Prithee, oblige the author, and give us a line or two in praise of his play.
I oblige him, hang him and all his friends, and hurt nobody. Yes, I am likely to speak for him. You see how I've been used to-day betwixt you. I shall find a time to be revenged. Let's go, my cloak. I have a province within of mine own to govern. Let me go.
Who, thy wife? Faith, stay and give them an opportunity. Thy pain will be the sooner over. You see, 'tis a thing resolved betwixt them. And now thou'rt satisfied in the matter, be wise and silent. Who knows what good she may do thee another time? I dare say if she had as many souls in her as she had men, she'd bring thee a cure of herself.
Let me go, or I shall be as troublesome as you are injurious for all your titles, sir.
Lend me your cloak, then, to appear more decent. You'd not have me present epilogue in buff, wholesome dunce with a red nose.
Sir, my business is praying, not epilogues.
With that face, by this light, 'tis a scandal to see it flaming so near the altar. Thou look'st as if thou'dst cried taupe in the face of the congregation, instead of amen.
Thou art an ass. 'Tis proper there. 'Thas zeal and fervour in it, and burns before the altar like the primitive lamps.
I cry thee mercy. By this light he'll make it sacrilege anon to steal his nose. Thou'lt entitle the altar to that call. Was not kindled ex voto. Nay, I will have your cloak.
Take it. Would 'twere Nessus's shirt, for you and your poet's sake.
Exit Parson.
What, does the rogue wish 'twere made of nettles?
Captain puts on his cloak and addresses himself to speak the epilogue, and is interrupted by Lady Lovall and Faithful her woman, who in haste and full of anger pull him by the cloak.
By your favour, sir, did you see any company pass this way?
None but the 3 brides, and they are gone just before you. Hark, the music will guide you.
The music plays.
Is it certain, then? They're married?
Yes, lady, I saw the church's rites performed.
Why does your ladyship lose time in talking with this fellow? Don't you know him, madam? 'Tis the rascally captain, hid in a black cloak. I know you, sirrah.
She has reason. Now I mark him better. I should know that false face, too. See, Faithful, there are those treacherous eyes still.
Alas, you mistake me, madam. I am epilogue now. The captain's within, and as a friend I counsel you not to incense the gentleman against the poet, for he knows all your story, and if you anger him, he'll put it in a play. But if you'll do friendly offices, I'll undertake, instead of your purr you lost, to help you to the jewel. The Scotch dictionary will tell you the value of it. Let them go alone, and fret not at their loss. Stay, and take my counsel. It shall be worth 3 revenges.
Well, what is it, sir?
They say you have a great power over the parson. If you can prevail with him to express his anger in some satiric comedy, for the knave has wit, and they say his genius lies that way, tell him 'tis expected he should be revenged upon the illiterate courtier that made this play. If you can bring this business about, I may find a way, as epilogue, to be thankful, though the captain abused you to-day. Think on it. Stephen is as handsome when the play is done as Master Wilde was in the scene.
There's something of reason in what he says.
Aside.
But, my friend, how shall one believe you? You that were such a rascal today in Bath. Is it to be hoped you can be honest only with putting on a black cloak? Well, I'll venture once again, and if I have any power, he shall sting the malicious rascal, and I think he is fit for such a business. I'm sure he has the worst tongue, and a conscience that neither honour nor truth binds, and therefore 'tis to be believed, if he will rail in public, he may be even with your poet. I will clothe and feed him and his muse this 7 years, but I will plague him. Secret tells me 'twas your poet too that pawned me to-day in the tavern.
By my faith did he. Nay, 'twas he that told me of your friendship with Jolly.
I wonder the parson has been so long silent. A man of his coat and parts to be beaten with a pen by one that speaks sense by rote, like parrots, one that knows not why sense is sense, but by the sound, one that can scarce read, nay, not his own hand. Well, remember your promise.
Leave it to me, he is yours. And if our plot take, you shall have all your shares in the mirth, but not the profit of the play, and the parson more than his tithe, a 2nd day.
We will discourse of this some other time. And pray dispatch what 'tis ye have to say to this noble company, that I may be gone. For those gentlemen will be in such fury if I stay, and think, because we are alone, God knows what.
'Tis no matter what they think. 'Tis not them we are to study now, but these guests, to whom pray address yourself civilly, and beg that they would please to become fathers, and give those brides within. What say you, gentlemen? Will you lend your hands to join them? The match, you see, is made. If you refuse, Stephen misses the wench, and then you cannot justly blame the poet, for you know they say that alone is enough to spoil the play.